cages around them and everything. Did all that
Mics
by
are
hand.
live.
It's the gross inspector's tent.
It was a day. I was sore last time.
Thank you. Good morning, everybody. I'd like to welcome you to our regular meeting of the Madera County Board of Supervisors. This is the closed session part of the meeting, and I will ask, first of all, are there any additions to the agenda?
There are no additions.
Very good. Council, would you mind reading into the record the closed session item?
Yes, Chairman, thank you. On the closed session agenda today is a conference with your labor negotiator. Your agency designated representative is Director Alba Gomez, and the employee organization is All Unit, and that's under Government Code Section 54957.6. Under Government Code Section 54956.9, subsection D2, there's significant exposure to litigation, one matter, and we're requesting conference with your legal counsel. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you. Are there any members of the public who have any questions regarding any item on closed session? Seeing none, thank you, and we will go into closed session. See you soon. Good morning, everybody. I'd like to welcome you to our regular meeting of the Madera County Board of Supervisors. Today is May 18th, 2021. Council, would you read out of closed session any items?
Thank you, Chairman. There were no reportable actions from your closed session.
Okay, thank you. We will now open and close the meeting in memory of certain folks. Are there any supervisors that have anybody they'd like to remember at this time? All right, very good. We now will move to the invocation of Pledge of Allegiance, and we have Rick Beckett from Good News Ministry to lead us in the invocation, and I'd like to ask Supervisor Brett Frazier to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Proud to.
Thank you. Yeah.
God and country.
Thank you, guys. Hallelujah. Father God, we just thank you today, Lord, for this Board of Supervisors here, Lord. I thank you that, Father God, that you have called them to do what they do, Father, and we just thank you today, Father, that each and every one of them, Father God, are blessed because the Word says that they're blessed. And Father, we just ask, Lord, that you just bless them, Father, with your peace, with your wisdom, Father God, and with your protection, Lord, and we just lift up their families to you today, Father. And we thank you today that their families, Father God, are safe and they're blessed today in Jesus' mighty name. And Father God, whatever the agendas are today, tomorrow, and from now on, Lord, we just ask that your wisdom be with them, Father God, and your presence be with them today, Father God, as they do what you've called them to do. And Father, we just thank you for them. We just give you glory and we give you honor, Father God. And Father, we also just thank you for our first responders, Lord, our police department, our sheriffs, our highway patrols, Lord, and fire department, Father, EMTs, Lord. We just thank you for all of them, Lord. We just lift them all up to you today. And we just thank you, Lord, for putting these men and these ladies in these places of position, Father God, to where they can do what they need to do for the better of this county and this city, Father. We thank you, Lord, that you got the right ones in this Board of Supervisors today, Father. And we just thank you for them, and we thank you, Lord, that they are blessed today in that mighty name of Jesus. Amen.
Ready? Move. I pledge allegiance to the flag, United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, and justice. Bless you. Thank you.
We'll move into the public comment portion of the meeting, and before I read the definition of public comment, I'd like to ask our council to make a special announcement.
Thank you, Chairman. Today's agenda, like every other agenda, public comment is provided for the public to address your board on any items on the agenda or within the subject matter jurisdiction of the county. And on today's agenda is the annual solid waste workshop. It might not mention, but that's the purpose of my comment here, is that the state's implementation of SB 1383 related to organics and many of the communications that the board has received from constituents and the public, that item is on today's agenda. So rather than under the general public comment section where items not on the agenda can be addressed, I just wanted to clarify that the solid waste includes a presentation and an outline of SB 1383. And that workshop is a non-action item. My recommendation to your board, if you're going to consider the request to postpone or extend the Prop 218 hearing, that occur at the noticed hearing of June 1st, excuse me. And it's not on the agenda for an action item, but certainly the board can receive public comment, ask questions to staff, and provide direction as needed. Under that item, yes. Thank you very much.
Very good. Thank you. So I'll move into some other definitions of public comment. That at the first 15 minutes of each regular session, we set aside time for members of the public to address the board on any matter under the jurisdiction of the board, but not appearing on the agenda. The board will not take action on any items presented under public comment. Speakers are limited to 3 minutes, and anyone addressing the board is asked to print their name clearly on the speaker sheet at the podium and state their name and county of residence for the record. So is there anybody who, first of all, that is present in-house, like to make a comment? Go ahead and come on up here to microphone.
My name is Dan Metz. I live in Madera County. I am one of the people who asked for an extension on the May 31st deadline for the garbage service.
Supposed to wait till.
Okay. You know, that's great. And our counsel, she just mentioned that what we're going to do is we're going to have a special public comment time for 1383 when that item comes up.
6F.
Yeah, 6F.
Okay.
So if
So I'll wait around till then and not make my comment now. Is that correct?
right, you'll make it then.
Okay. And about how long will that be?
It could be, I don't know, 30 minutes, 40 minutes. It's just
Okay.
hard to know how long the
Sure.
thing will go. But we want to be concise and, you know, and have comments. And so everything is, it's a very important issue. And so we want to make sure that they're all recorded and listened to at the same time.
Okay.
Thank you. All right. Any other members of the public wishing to address the board? Public comment here. Okay. How about in Webland? I wait for a moment because there's always a delay. It seems like.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, my name is John Pero. I'm in Awani. I was going to make a comment to postpone the June 1st hearing, but I'll wait until the trash thing, just like the gentleman before me. So I do have some comments on that, but I'll wait until that period of time then.
Okay. Very good. Anybody else on WebEx?
Yes, this is Mark Reed, homeowner and resident of Oakhurst. I just logged in, but I do protest the rate increase on the trash. I
Right.
am requesting a postponement, 60-day postponement of the hearings.
We're taking
June 1st.
comments. Yeah, thank you so much. We're taking comments on that particular item later on in the agenda when we discuss that item specifically.
Oh, perfect. I'll wait for that then.
Okay, thank you. Anybody else? Okay, I think we've waited long enough, for any delayed comments. Okay, Supervisor Wheeler, sorry.
On the May 14th, the PG&E had a community wildlife safety program, wildfire safety working session, a Zoom meeting, and they gave out a pamphlet, and it has all the stuff that they're going to do and not going to do when we have fire danger, mainly up in the mountains, not down here so much. And what they're trying to do is put switches all over the community. It won't be done this year, but they hope to have it done next year, so that if they want, like, just the north end or south end or west end or whatever it might be of Oakhurst, North Fork, Corsco, they can cut down just that and not the whole area. It's a great workshop. And I don't know if any of you have been to Fresno lately. I went to the doctor yesterday morning, coming up 41 on the right side. As you cross the river, you can see they're doing the excavating. They're actually finally putting up our Madera County sign up there, so if you haven't seen it. So can't wait. It's been a long time coming. We worked a lot of hours on that, all of us, and so I'm really happy about that and love living in Madera County. Even though I was born in Fresno. Then the last thing is that the Corsco Chamber of Commerce is having their award celebration for their outgoing board and the incoming board and the best business, best person and stuff like that in the Corsco area. That's on June the 19th. If anybody wants tickets, I have tickets for it out there, including Tyson. Invited you to a dinner.
Okay, very good. Thank you. Sounds like lots of exciting things going on.
Yep.
So we'll now move on to our consent calendar. Are there any items on the consent calendar a supervisor would like to have pull further elaboration and discussion?
You got item F and I.
F and I, okay. Very good. Go ahead.
Okay, on F, it's a behavioral health services department. It says that Assembly Bill in 1976, we can opt out of that. And my suggestion was, if we can opt out of that bill, then we opt out of SB 1386. We can do one. I don't know if that's in that bill, how they made it so you can opt out. I just thought that'd be a good thing. Put it right in there, opt out. So, anyway, that was just a kind of a funny item. They came here not.
That's good.
You never know,
Gotta ask.
And then item I thought that should have maybe be in the open session. It's the subdivision final map for the Fact 292 at the preserve in Millerton Lake. Two parts of it, and under the discussion it says it'll be 5 years that they have to have that all done, but yet on page 4 of the resolution, item 1.04 says 3 years.
Apologies, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, members of the board. Jamie Bax with Planning. Thank you, Supervisor Wheeler. Yes, there was a typo there on the board letter. It is 3 years. In the past, all of our improvement agreements were 3 years, but since we are working on changing the method of entering into those improvement agreements, it's since been changed to 3 years. So we'll make sure from here forward that the board's letters reflect that 3 years.
3 years from now on?
3 years instead of the 5 years,
Okay.
yes.
We need to correct that when
Yes.
we make the motion to approve this, Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
So that, that's all I have on those. Thank you very
Thank
much
you.
for the explanation. Thank you, buddy.
Hey, very good. Thank you. Are there any other items a supervisor would like to have pull for further discussion? And even more importantly, are there any members of the public who who would like to have an item pulled for further discussion on the consent calendar? Seeing and hearing.
Move to approve consent calendar with item I correction on from the 5 to 3 years, so.
Okay.
I'll second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Roll call vote.
Supervisor Wheeler,
Yes.
Supervisor Gonzalez.
Yes.
Supervisor Frazier,
Yes.
Supervisor Rogers.
Yes.
Chairman Poitras.
Yes.
Vote passes 5-0.
Very good, thank you. So you don't see it on the agenda, but we're going to move to a very exciting presentation between item V on consent calendar and the first discussion item 6A. And to reveal that exciting news and updates, I'm going to ask Supervisor Rogers to let us know what that's all about.
Yes, good morning. We have a new fire engine that's been purchased for Station 3, and it's out front. And we're going to be happy to be able to take some time to look at that and enjoy that. But just a little detail about that fire apparatus. This is a new type of #1 fire apparatus for Madera County, and it's produced actually and built in Minneapolis, Minnesota. So it's top of the line apparatus. The 2021 Rosenbauer Warrior is the title of it. It has 4 seats in the cab to accommodate future growth of the department and the company or PCFs. Added compartment storage for fire hose and tools. It has 1,500 gallon per minute pump, and this is a great for valley style firefighting. 156-inch wheelbase, very short, allows for shorter turning radius in rural and tight areas, which is very common for our region. All aluminum body. The lighter build up allows us to have more tools and in weight for emergencies. Clean air cab system allows the firefighters to be in a carcinogen-free cab while driving. State-of-the-art lighting and apparatus enhances visual awareness to the public and the driver. And state-of-the-art technology and camera systems on fire apparatus for safety. And just to give a little brief update on Station 3, they've updated the building of that station. The building department's third-party plan checkers reviewed the drawings and provided comments on 3/23 of this year. And the design team addressed the comments, and they're ready and have been, and they were ready to resubmit this week for final approval. The building department environmental health approval anticipated at the end of May of this month. Bid advertisement will be anticipated and projected to be June. Bid date would be projected at July, and board approval of construction contract is anticipated in August. So we're moving really, really well toward a Station 3 firehouse, and that's going to be a great project. And in the interim, that region is still served by Station 3 apparatus, and they're in close proximity. Also, we have the city station, which overlaps that, and we have paid firefighters represented by the county at that station to serve the Country Club Acres area as well as the city itself. So a good overlap there for that region. We have good firefighting capability, and we're improving it every day.
Well, thank you so much, Supervisor. And are we going to go on a field trip? Maybe a 10, 12-minute field trip?
I think so. Take a little
Well, that's
break
great.
here.
Let's take a break. We'll come back here, reconvene at 10:30, and let's go take a look at the fire engine. See you soon. Thank you so much, everybody, and welcome back. we now have a couple of great presentations and recognitions. The first one was one that I was going to make in public comment, but we have a couple of friends that are here, and it's a resolution of the Board of Supervisors for the County of Madera recognizing the farmers of India, and it's to recognize the importance and vitality for local independent farming operations. We stand in recognition with farmers, along with our commitment to providing food and resources. We have many members of the Sikh community here, not only in Madera County, but also across the valley that we have partnered with, that we work together with, and that we have really become ingrained with as far as the ag community goes. And what we'd like to do is to show our support for issues that are occurring in India, even today politically, that could compromise, and if it goes through, will compromise the ability for independent farming operations to conduct business. So what I like to do is we have my friend Sergeant Molly. He's here, lives up in the Stanislaus County area, but definitely has an impact up and down the valley. And I have a resolution that we passed a few weeks ago. I'd like to present it to him, and I'd like to have my colleagues join me as we make the presentation, and then I'm going to ask Sergeant to say a few words. Thank you.
Robert, good morning. Robert is more than his brother, more than is my brother, and then his colleague. I really appreciate it. You guys standing for the Indian farmers. I really appreciate it. I will give back to United States of America. Salute this country, salute these people. God bless them.
Very good. Thank you so much.
We agree, buddy, we agree. Yeah. Have that more often. Be good.
Okay, well, thank you. We'll move on to the next item. And This is item 6A, and it's a presentation of proclamation naming May 18th, 2021 as CASA Volunteers Day. And I'm going to ask Wilma Hashimoto, the Executive Director of CASA, to come on up to the microphone because I know that she's going to have a few words. But this is a fantastic organization. It's really made the difference in the lives of a lot of resource family kids. They're also known as foster kids. I know that names changed a little bit. They're known as resource families, those that provide homes for foster kids. But the CASA organization is one that stands for Court Appointed Special Advocates, and it has advocates, which are the real heroes of the organization that work with foster kids in the court system. And so not only do they help kind of provide that guidance, but they also act as mentors, and even beyond age 18. I know that there's still some contacts that are maintained. And great organization. I've been on the board probably for the last 8 years or so, and so I have a real heart commitment for what happens here. So Wilma, take it away.
Thank you so much, Board of Supervisors Chair Poitras and board member of CASA, and as well as all the other Board of Supervisors. Appreciate this relationship that I personally had for 2.5 years when I became the ED. I do want to recognize a very important person on our team, and that's Megan Williams, our Resource Development Coordinator, as well as our partner here at DSS, Deborah Martinez. There she is. We can kind of skip 2020, can't we? So, but we're almost there in terms of opening. But the last time I spoke was when I was really green as the ED, and I stood before you and said, we will commit to being at Casa Madera. So when we had the opportunity to have our first billboard, it was right here in Madera. And since then, we went from, I shared with you earlier, it was actually just a part-time half FTE a few years ago, and now we're up to 3.5, actually 3.75. The growth in Madera has been phenomenal. We still need advocates, and we did do a outreach to many of the interagency agencies, organizations that were a part of it. So if you happen to know of friends or family willing to make a difference for foster youth, we welcome that. We have 51 volunteers specifically assigned to Madera. We have 59 youth served. During the pandemic, we were able to switch a bit like we all did. Well, I'm not using the word pivot. I am tired of that word pivoting. But we were able to work with our advocates to get them tech savvy and think outside the box of how we can make sure, one, back in March of 2020, have them complete their high school, their school for the rest of the year. Then many of us know that we saw a decline in their emotional status and emotional well-being. And we reached out to local funders like, hey, can we go ahead and just, be able to provide weighted blankets to calm them? Can we, we developed resources for them, activities books, and we put it together, and it's like, we are here for you. We never gave up on the foster youth. In fact, we stepped it up. We stepped it up by within 25 years, for the first time ever, the glass ceiling was broke, and we cleared 200 advocates. And we're hoping, thank you. Yeah. It's thanks to the community members who realized, I could do this 15 hours a month, and I may tag each one of you to be one. But the difference, truly, we had a 92.3 graduation rate for 2020, right? That is phenomenal in any sector. And it's because, right, we stepped in and said, oh, no, you know what? You're going to school. You're going to do the homework. Let us figure out. We got, microphones and headsets. And we're just so happy that truly we have said one person makes a difference in a child's life. And we're doing that in Madera like we said we would. We were able to offer a flu/eye vision clinic for Madera in partnership with DSS. So flu shots were given to our youth as well as the resource parents and the advocates. Free eye screening, and we found probably like 20% that needed prescription glasses. We covered that, or at least the agency did. for them to receive it. And then now we have Ages and Stages, a developmental profile that we give to every foster youth from the ages of 0 to 5. That is in conjunction with First 5 Madera, as well as Department of Social Services, because we know before the age of 5, if we can catch any, we can mitigate any issues identified. And that's what we're doing. 117 0 to 5-year-olds, foster youth in Madera County alone were assessed.
Excellent.
And resources were given. It has been a phenomenal. Coming up actually almost on 3 years. I always say, and I love Madera, it is so incredibly nimble to work through. The ask is there and the answer is quick. And it's not just, we don't work in silos in Madera. It is one big mobilized team. And for that, Casa Madera, we thank you for allowing us into your county 3 years ago, and actually longer than that, but allowing me to be a part of your team. That is, we're making strides, and we couldn't have done it without our partners, truly. Megan, do you have a few words?
Well, it's an honor for me to be part of the CASA team, and it's an honor for me to be here today in front of all of you. Thank you for having us, and thank you for taking time out to do this for us. It means the world to us. We're very grateful. We couldn't be where we are and have the growth that we have without the support of the community, leaders, as well as members, organizations, and everything else. So thank you so much.
Well, thank you so much for the great work here. Any members of the public wishing to say anything before we give the presentation, proclamation? If not, let's go ahead and gather in front and take a picture.
I'd like to say thank you so much. I've known kids that have benefited from CASA, and it's been a huge influence in their life to succeed. So thank you for bringing this program into our county.
Thank you.
I'm sitting. Keeping it warm.
Oh, it's hard to.
I don't want that to be not safe.
Okay, very good. The next item is item 6B. As you notice, we like to celebrate things and great achievements and in great departments. And today we're going to be presenting a proclamation recognizing May 16th through May 22nd, 2021 as the National Public Works Week in Madera County. And it's one of those departments that, you don't, people talk, their work is very evident when, with the very few resources that they have to work with, they do a remarkable job in terms of our roads and all other kinds of infrastructure. So we just like to, thank everybody for your great efforts. And we've got Jared Carter to talk more about National Public Works Week.
Oh, thank you. Good morning, Chair, members of the board, and the public. Thank you for that introduction, Chairman Wittress, and said it very well. Took most of my speech, but that's okay. Yes, as you mentioned, this week nationally is recognized as National Public Works Week. It's the third week of May every year. And the purpose of that is to, as you mentioned, bring attention to all the hardworking men and women who put forth so much effort to maintain infrastructure and services that many of the public use on a daily basis, and may not always realize what it takes to keep that going. The theme for this year, 2021, is Stronger Together, which is couldn't be more appropriate given the fact that we've come through this unprecedented time. Most everybody, as you know, is considered an essential worker in public works, and we were all there working throughout the pandemic to make sure that things like roads were taken care of, water systems, sewer systems, and transit services, solid waste, and also more importantly, or just as important, is the folks in the office who are on the administrative team that support and are behind everything that we do to keep everything on track. Our funding programs that we utilize are very complicated at times, and it takes a lot of effort to be on top of that. So we have several of those people here today in the audience that we just wanted to give the opportunity and recognize them for all the work that they do. And as you mentioned, many of these people don't get seen by the public. They're behind the scenes. And quite frankly, most of the time we get called is because there's a problem and we need, somebody wants to get something fixed. These people day in and day out come to work and put their effort and focus into making sure that they can get things done to make people's lives as best possible in this county. And that's not easy because every one of you see here all has their own life too, and their families and things that they are responsible for. So it's a tremendous effort that people put forward, and we appreciate the fact that the board is recognizing this today.
Thank you so much, Supervisor Frazier.
Sorry, thank you, Jared. And as you were talking about that, I remember when, the pandemic was brand new, no one knew what was going to happen, and we thought, in a week everything could shut down, and what was really going to, and I remember one of the first things that I thought of was about Public Works and what they did, and if how essential they were to make sure people's water was still on, that it was still flowing, that it was, because if that piece breaks down, I mean, how quickly we could have all gone into just total chaos. And I just want to thank you all for putting in so much hard work, not just this year, but every year. Really just appreciate everything that you do. I know that a lot of times you get people that are mad over a pothole or a bill or their water, and but just know that we appreciate all you do for the community.
Very good. Thank you so much. I just like to add that a little known fact was actually I worked for Madera County prior to becoming a county supervisor. During the summers of 1975 and 1976, I was a student intern with Madera County Road Department back when Joe Hughes was the road commissioner, and I was on a surveying team. And so we would survey down here, and we'd go up to Feingold and 200. Yep, Road 200 and 620, and it was. I remember it was really, really hot, but it was a great.
He carried the stick.
I did. It was. I had the dumb end of things. You just carry the stick. I had the machete to cut through the manzanita, and we still had plumb bobs and all that kind of stuff.
Takes a chainman, man. You can't do. The party chief can't do it alone.
Without the chain man. So it was a great thing. So
you
great.
were fixing all the problems he made in 1975.
Yeah. So that's great. Well, are there any members of the public who would like to comment on this item? If not, like to have everybody join us up here, and let's get a picture.
Right on.
we get a speech from every one of them?
Maybe we ought to go back there and get in front of them.
Yeah, that's true. That would have been easy, right?
Not Dandy, yeah.
Now we're going to move to item 7A. I'm not going to use the word pivot. We're going to skip to 7A and then go back and take up 6C. So we have Stephanie Agnaguson to talk about groundwater allocation.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. Stephanie Agnaguson, Director of Water and Natural Resources, here with Deputy County Counsel Mike Linden and Greg Young online on WebEx. I don't have a PowerPoint. I had some opening remarks, and then I would be glad to take your questions. So as you know, we've been on a journey together over the past 3 years, a Sigma journey, and we've developed groundwater sustainability plans, GSPs, and we've begun our implementation of them. And as part of our GSP planning process, our first step was to be super aggressive about where any existing water was to bring that in to use for recharge. So we did that, but we also realized from the beginning that the county GSAs would need to undertake significant demand reduction. And while different approaches have been discussed with you and the advisory committee over the past 3 years, we've collectively landed on using an allocation approach adopted in December of last year to manage this necessary demand reduction. Your advisory committee met many times to review progress in the GSPs as well as give critical input in the allocation. They made the suggestion of a 10% decrease in water during the first 5 years, incrementally increasing at 2% a year, to ease the transition before ramping up for years 6 through 20 for the remaining 90% of the estimated reduction. They developed principles for an allocation, including certainty, domestic well mitigation and protection, fairness and equity, flexibility, overlying groundwater rights protection, and preservation of the economy. The advisory committee met a combined 30 times, 9 times in 2018, 11 in 2019, and 10 in 2020. You've also had monthly briefings since I started in April of 2018. The advisory committee saw allocation options in May of 2019 twice. The allocation is basically a budget for how much water you can use, and much like you can't run your household or a business without a budget, you cannot do water resources management without a budget. Our budget decreases over time because we are dramatically overusing water right now, and Sigma, the state, requires this reduction. Today's item is a discussion. I know it will be a good one. I'd like to flag the urgency of this item. We're in a drought. The allocation is part of our effort to implement the GSP. If we do not make significant progress, DWR has the ability to kick us to the state board and ask them to intervene, in which case they will immediately impose pumping reductions and restrictions and charge significant fees. There is also a risk that someone will sue for adjudication, in which case we will also have allocations. So there are allocations in our future, no matter which path we go down. And we won't be the first or the last GSA in the Valley to have an allocation. Others have gone ahead, and I suspect others within the county will have to go after us. Our current proposed allocation approach is a tool to create flexibility to transition the irrigated acres towards sustainability. It's not a tool for making up for perceived wrongdoings or past losses. We've identified two types of water available for our GSAs to manage: sustainable yield and transition water. The allocation approach divides these types over groups of agricultural users. We had an office hour last Thursday where we basically explained this is a division problem. Now, I'm not trying to be flip about that or facetious, but it is essentially a division problem with consequences. We proposed the creation of farm units to help growers mimic existing irrigated agricultural operations and create flexibility for the transition to a different farming future. Absent the farm units, allocations would only be available to the acreage on the parcel with the allocation, which would be more constraining. We proposed allocating sustainable yield to the irrigated acres and to acres that wanted to be brought into a farm unit, such as adjacent unfarmed acres or fallowed acres. Transitional water was the water that could be used only by the irrigated acres. And we proposed, as of the date of the resolution, that anything irrigated within the county GSA would be eligible for transitional water. We proposed a constraint on the farm unit that would allow acreage owned or managed prior to January 1st, 2015 to be managed as a whole with 100% of the acreage's sustainable yield for never irrigated crops, and we called that Tier 1. We proposed constraints on the inclusion of never irrigated lands after 2015. This concept arose when we became aware that some growers intended to include many never irrigated lands in their farm units, which seemed to stray away from the original concept of farm units as mimicking their current farm operations. Again, the intent of the allocation approach as currently proposed is to help the growers in the county GSAs transition to rely on significantly less groundwater. I believe these two things are true. Farming will survive Sigma, and Madera County will survive Sigma. This concludes my remarks. Greg, Mike, and I would be glad to take any questions.
Very good. Thank you so much. Are there any of my colleagues who wish to make a comment? Supervisor Frazier.
Two things. So I know that this went through the advisory. How close to this resolution was the one passed by the advisory committee?
The advisory committee spent about 6 months working on their resolution. Their resolution had principles. It had the types of water in it, and it had the farm unit in it. That's what they voted to adopt, essentially. That became your resolution in December. That resolution in December did have the buckets of water in it. Those are from the GSP, and that became Exhibit A. I think the added piece here was that we did the division. So we have acre amounts. We estimated an amount we thought would be brought in of unirrigated land that would want to access that sustainable yield. And there were actual numbers in it. And Greg, do you remember anything else that was added?
Tier system.
The tiers, that's right.
Yeah, the
needed to, yeah, the tiers, and then also the concept of the 6-inch allocation as a base allocation in each of the GSAs, and then to the extent that was not all used, there was a reallocation of remaining sustainable yield.
Thank you.
Do we assume that there's going to be any of that not used? Would that be on the never irrigated lands that aren't in production, would then go back into the transitional water? Is that?
So, no, go ahead, Greg.
No, you go ahead.
No, you go ahead.
Okay, I'll take it. Just to be clear, the idea of a never irrigated land being included in a farm unit would allow the sustainable yield associated with that never irrigated land to be used on the irrigated portion within that farm unit. That never irrigated land would have no eligibility to transition water. And it would not be expected that the sustainable yield was being used on the never irrigated land. It would remain that way. Rather, the concept we've heard is that the sustainable yield would be shifted from those never irrigated lands included in a farm unit to help support the irrigated portion in that farm unit. Does that help, Supervisor Frazier?
And so if there's never irrigated land, and they create a farm unit, but maybe don't have any irrigated land, what would be the allocation for that land?
Well,
so sorry.
If there's, in order to access transition water, they need to have irrigated land. So they could have a farm unit with sustainable yield only, or they could lease their land to someone else's farm unit.
Okay.
For credit?
Well, I assume it'd be for money, right?
Yeah. Water credits for that.
Well, so if you had unirrigated land and someone wanted to lease it from you, they would be paying you for that land. I mean, that's essentially like paying for the water.
So you lease it for the underlying water right?
Water allocation.
Water allocation, sorry.
Yes.
Yeah, thank you for that.
Can I add a clarification on that, which is that concept is why we created that tier 2, is because while there may be some prior to 2015 that had circumstances where they had essentially adjacent or proximity lands that were irrigated and not irrigated as part of their farming operation, the idea of doing exactly this lease concept is really not the original intent of the farm unit flexibility. And so we decided the creation of some limit like the tier 2 would help dissuade a lot of that activity.
Okay, and then my second question, what would, if we were to be adjudicated or get sent up to DWR, what would an adjudication allotment look like?
Well, all adjudications are kind of individually negotiated, but typically people who have dormant rights, meaning they're not exercising their right, don't get anything. And in terms of DWR's pumping fees or the state board's fees, we could probably look that up for you. But again, that would be for irrigated acres only. There would be no farm units. There's no flexibility that we're considering.
In the presentation given by the state board on that matter a few years ago to the GSAs, actually to the sub-basin entirely, indicated that they likely would not recognize the idea of transition water and would instead put restrictions that tied to what was identified as the sustainable yield. So there would likely not be, or at least be a very limited period of transition water, and it would be an accelerated, here is how much you can pump until we figure out something else.
Plus, you run the risk of being made an example.
You don't want to be the first to be adjudicated.
We do not want the first for the state board to come in. Yeah.
You're saying the state board would have kind of control of that?
yes, Sigma authorizes the Department of Water Resources to ask the state board to come in if you can't manage yourself, essentially.
So,
I was
Go
just going to
ahead.
say, go ahead, Supervisor Wheeler. You've got
yeah,
the floor
I want
now.
to make sure Brett was done.
Yeah, I think-
So,
Keep interrupting.
so would we have to be negotiating our sustainable yield as well? Could they come in and say that's not sustainable yield and then take it down even further, or would it just be?
I think it's most likely they'd use what's in the GSP,
I think it'd
but
be,
there's no guarantees when you invite the state board in.
That's
Yeah,
exactly right.
don't want to if we don't have to.
I think for the record, so just to have in the Madera sub-basin, how many irrigated acres are there? And then never irrigated. I think we should just have these numbers out on the record.
Or Greg, if you have the table,
So-
otherwise I'm.
Yeah, so there's a couple of things I think that we need to make sure are clear with what you're asking for, Supervisor Frazier. Remember, the county operates 3 GSAs in 3 separate basins. Within each of those sub-basins, the GSA has a total gross area of some number. Of that, there is an estimated irrigated area where the irrigated land has a couple of different characteristics. It can sometimes even be it could be fallowed at the moment in time, but still on the assessor's record as irrigated. There are also some lands that were recently irrigated that are not yet on the assessor's roll as irrigated. So we have made an approximation using the assessor's data plus some visual inspection to estimate the number of irrigated acres in each of the GSAs. Then there is the remainder to the gross area of the GSA, which is comprised of never irrigated lands, but also large domestic areas, rural domestic areas, such as the ranchos or other things. Those are in our GSA. So I want to make sure we're clear on exactly what you're asking so we can provide the correct numbers to the record.
So your after all of that, what was the number that you had that was in irrigated?
Right.
And
Used in the figures.
Used in the figures, yeah.
In Exhibit A, for the Madera County GSA and the Madera Subbasin, total GSA acres is 185, with 85,000 being irrigated. So that-
185,000 total acres.
Yep, 185,000 total, and irrigated acres is 85,000. And we estimated, based on our own mapping and field work, that we will probably have farm units that form with 35,000 acres. So these are people who bring in additional acres in order to manage their sustainable yield and bump up the amount of water they have.
And can I make a further point on that estimate? There are lands throughout the entirety of the GSA that we would consider to be those non-irrigated lands. It's not all never irrigated. So for instance, there are areas over on towards the Chowchilla bypass that are lands that are currently not irrigated that would likely be included within a farm unit as a way to try and manage water supplies for that irrigated portion. So there is a substantial number of acres included in that 35,000. So it should not be, the representation should not be interpreted as 35,000 acres of grazing land in the eastern foothills of the GSA.
Agreed.
Yeah, very good.
Okay, that kind of explains some of my stuff. So I'm still wondering if some of these farmers have both, especially on the edges of these GSAs, that's rangeland too. If they wanted to join up and pay a certain amount of dollars for that they have water there that eventually they might want to use their irrigated land. There's no way we can have them involved with that.
Well, we certainly can. There are ways to pair irrigated and unirrigated acres together as long as they're within the same zone. And there was a map in your resolution in
If they're in
December
a
that
different
had
zone, they couldn't do it.
if they were in a different zone, they couldn't do it. We would develop some sort of appeals process, but they're in many cases there's 30 miles apart.
185.
We're getting some.
Whoever's doing it, turn your mic off.
We did.
Ego. It's you. I'm sorry, I couldn't hear that last part. I'm sorry, Stephanie.
It's okay. I may have forgot what I said.
It was about the
You
different
said if
zones.
they're outside of certain regions, they can't be paired.
Right.
That's right. The farm unit zones was a technical memo from Ludorf and Scalmanini that basically established that groundwater couldn't possibly move as far as some people wanted to join east and west, so that they needed to keep their farm unit within the same zone.
I could kind of see that if it's on the west side and it's on the east side. But if they're just on the east side, say, and they have both, they would be in that zone, I guess.
That's right.
And then they could join that unirrigated grazing land and pay their fair share, whatever it might be. And then if they do, they just want to have credit, I think, for those properties that they can get that water, you know.
Yes.
They own, say, 1,000 acres, you know, and 800 of it's outside grazing, and 200 in there they're irrigating. 2 miles, 5 miles, whatever, as long as it's in that zone, they should be able to join.
That's right. But the zone, in some cases, I mean, the reason the zones exist is that this is a very big county, and there's 30 miles in some cases.
Yeah.
And
It's in that zone, I guess, that you're going to accept that. I think that's what looking for.
Okay. Thank you.
Very good. Any other questions, Supervisor?
No, that's
right now. Okay, Supervisor Rogers.
Yes, looking at I read the resolution from the advisory committee, and the big difference to me, there's two differences in what they almost unanimously supported. There was one absent person in that group, and I believe it was the rangeland representative, if I'm not, cattle
Right.
representative?
The livestock was absent.
Thank you.
And one nay vote, and that was also
and one nay
livestock.
vote. So, but in that resolution, the big difference between what we have before us in our resolution now and what they had is the tiering system, which creates an advantage for having been in operations prior to 2015, and then the allocation, which was relatively new to everybody. Or it was new to everybody because I don't think the actual math had occurred before this point. So I think it comes as a little bit of a shock and surprise in the allocation because 23 inches, was that it, or 24?
In the Madera subbasin, 23 inches
23
in
inches.
2021. But
Yeah, 23 inches, and then with the reality that it takes 30 inches to grow pistachios and about 33, 34 inches to grow almonds on the average. So that's a significant amount of water short of that goal, which means that if a person receive that allocation, they're going to have to offset their farming if they have that much land. They're going to have to offset their farming.
30 miles in some cases.
That's you again.
Somebody's talking over me here. Somebody's going to have to offset their farming by a third. They're going to have to cut down what they're doing by a third. One of the questions that I had was that we have 185,000 acres. That's total. That includes grazing land. That includes unirrigated land and irrigated land in the white area GSA. And what figure was discussed in the Water Advisory Committee to be used in the mathematics of the allocation and transition water and both transition water and sustainable yield. There's two possible figures there. There's the complete figure of 185,000 acres, and then you have the irrigated lands figure of 85,000. What was discussed in the advisory committee on that? Because that's a big difference. You're talking about less than half of the lands if you exclude the other.
Yes, and the reason all of the unirrigated acres, the rangeland, are in the Madera subbasin is DWR decided to map it that way due to the underlying geology and where the batholith that makes up the Sierras meets with the alluvium that makes up the valley floor.
The difference between fractured rock and
exactly
alluvium.
And an alluvial well.
Yeah.
So we have discussed with the advisory committee that the sustainable yield is around 0.5. We've talked about that if it's divided over all of the acres, and that number has been out for
a long time,
3 years.
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah.
I think
that was the first number I heard.
Absolutely.
And I remember that number solidly.
And in May of 2019, we had fairly similar looking allocations and a very lively discussion about them. So I think the information has been out there. It hasn't been shared in a table attached to a resolution and ready for adoption, though. And I realize
even regarding transition water.
Yet the transition water bucket is from the GSP.
So that they kind of knew, people kind of knew if you've been putting out that information on the allocation for TW for quite some time then. It isn't a brand new number?
Well, I think they have not seen a table like this before.
Okay.
So I will say it's very hard to get people to understand information that it's not in their best interest to understand. Right?
Well,
this
yeah.
is hard information.
It's the same reason a thief doesn't want to see a cop, right? Well, that's
I
a
would
bad
prefer to
analogy.
stay away from that analogy.
That's a bad analogy
But
because I fully support farmers and
Absolutely.
and I think they're great people and I think they're trying to just make something that's unworkable here work. Was I correct in my assumption? Does my math sound right to you when I say that we're dealing with 2/3 of the water, so therefore you'd have to fallow 1/3 of your acreage, approximately?
I have not done that. Greg, do you want to venture a guess?
I will take some adventures down this path with you, Supervisor Rogers. I believe that one of the things we need to make sure we are staying consistent with is the allocation is about consumption of groundwater, not applied water.
Okay.
And so
that's a good point.
The allocation, if, for example, pistachios need 30 inches of evapotranspiration of applied water, and we're giving them 23 inches, that differential is about a 20% reduction, right?
Okay.
If you're growing grapes and your ET is 20 inches, then the allocation is sufficient. So again, this is one of those discussions we had early on with the advisory committee about crop types and whether this should be a consistent allocation regardless of crop. And that was the direction that it was that we were provided at those times. So yes, we recognize that there was going to be some that this would fall under and some this would fall over. And so your acreage question, I think the other thing is that the transition water is only being made available to that 85,000 irrigated acres.
Right.
And yet we are using a ET that we had presented to you, that total transition water bucket that we had presented to the board back in November, I believe, that talked about a 2015 ETAW total number and a 2020 or current number, and the difference in 2020 was higher because there's been increases in consumptive use. So that increase is also being reflected here because we were directed to use the 2015 number. So that's why the bucket is a little smaller.
That makes sense. So based on the type of crop and what have you, I was thinking about how this really disproportionately affects dairies. Really hits dairies hard because you can't really. I mean, they're at a line anyway. With their profit margins are pretty limited. And they're at a line anyway, and with the price of cream and the way things are all around, you can't milk less cows and stay in business. That's really their problem and their bottom line, and you cannot not feed cattle. They have to have feed. They have to have a certain amount of feed. You can't decrease the amount of feed you're giving to cattle. So it's a dilemma. Very big dilemma.
Supervisor Frazier.
So just looking at my math, something that just seems off to me. So the sustainable yield is 90,000. The total acreage, including irrigated and non-irrigated, is 185. Obviously, by that's how you get a half or 6 inches per acre, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so the problem is there's still a balance of 95,000 acres that wouldn't be having a consumptive use of any of their water. So really you're more at a foot just on the base sustainable yield because we're just not using, we're applying it to the entirety, but we're not using the entirety of that sustainable yield.
So to address that concern, let's look at two subbasins independently here. First, in the Chowchilla subbasin, there's very few acres that are not irrigated already. And so that 6 inches is pretty much getting used by everybody that's already irrigating. In the Madera subbasin,
I thought earlier we had said there was a lot of area that wasn't never irrigated, but it was not irrigated, so it wasn't actually using that, and that would be part of their farm units.
In the Madera subbasin, that is much more prevalent than it is in the Chowchilla basin. Remember, this allocation approach is being applied to all three subbasins that you guys are the board for. So so now if we look at the Madera, we say 6 inches for 185,000 acres, and then we have this column on that table there called RE sustainable yield, which is the reallocated sustainable yield to those that are not going to be included, that we would presume are not going to participate out of that 185,000 acres. You take out the 85,000 irrigated, we have 100,000 left, correct?
Yeah.
Then we presumed in that table 35,000 of that 100,000 acres would still want to participate. And so there was a smaller bucket now where we were able to reallocate the sustainable yield for the remaining 65,000 acres that did not want to participate back across the remaining participating acres. So that reallocation in that table adds 3 more inches.
Yes.
Yeah, so what my math was that it was about 29 inches, not 23.3, because then you would do even taking out that 35,000, and so looking at this, if we always get upset with Sacramento when they do a one-size-fits-all solution, and for us to take a look at because we have 3 separate GSAs, and if one thing doesn't make sense in all 3 of them, we shouldn't make one resolution to fit in all of them. I think is what I'm saying. And what is the acreage breakdown in Chowchilla?
So Chowchilla has 38,000 irrigated acres and a total of 45,000.
Oh, so only 7,000 of it is non-irrigated or never irrigated?
So really different looking math. That's why when Greg was talking about 6 inches of sustainable yield in Chowchilla plus a much smaller reallocated sustainable yield of half an inch. So Chowchilla ends up looking worse than Madera because there's less water and less acreage.
What was that number, 41?
38 and 7.
45 then?
45 total, yeah.
So I think Supervisor Frazier, if I may add that in consideration of what you're suggesting, the consistency can still be there. It's a division question based on the assumption that Stephanie and I have made looking at what that additional 35,000 acres that we would expect to opt into their farm units. If that was 1 acre, then there would be more sustainable yield reallocated.
Well,
and so that presumption, again, is based on what we were understanding, some visual inspections, but it is an assumption to be able to move forward with this number at this point until we have information of exactly who is participating. So we could end up in a situation with that, applying consistent approaches in all 3 GSAs, where there is not 35,000 additional 35,000 non-irrigated acres sharing in that sustainable yield, but rather there is only 1,000 acres sharing in that, or some other number. And there would be more reallocated sustainable yield to the irrigated lands.
But we're not even taking in the assumption of the 35,000 going out, because even in that case, there would be 32,500 acre foot per year sustainable yield that should still be added into that over the 120,000, not the 90. Does that?
I'm not sure I follow that math. I apologize.
So we start with 185,000. We take out, so we're left with the balance of 100 after the irrigated is in there. Then we opt in 35,000 more. So you have 65,000 left, correct?
That are not participating, and therefore their reallocation goes back into the bucket.
But we're
but
we're still spreading, or we're still saying that the sustainable yield is 90,000 divided by 185. It should be 90,000 divided by 120,000.
So when, and I apologize, the exhibits that were included with the resolution, the tables, you see a column that says sustainable yield and a column that says RE-SY, or a column that says BSY and RESY.
Yes.
So the base is the 6 inches. The reallocation there in the Madera table of 3 inches is that additional calculation you're talking about. That essentially, if you only divide that 90,000 into 120, you get 9 inches.
Right. So 9 inches.
And that's what's there.
That's why in the column on the far right, there's 9 inches.
Yeah.
Right, I see that.
I got it.
We're just trying to create consistency on the 6 inches being the starting base for everybody.
Yep.
And then adding the reallocation based on the participation of other acres, so that we understood the base condition was the same in all places, which is what the GSP discussed and derived.
Okay, then Supervisor Rogers.
Yeah, I'm having a little bit of a mind problem, not necessarily with, not that I don't understand it. I don't know if I like it. that we're giving credit, sustainable yield, to land that doesn't use sustainable yield. I have a problem with that.
So we are allowing people to form farm units
Right.
so that they can bring in land and increase their allocation.
Their sustainable yield is added to the land that they're using. But I'm saying over the entire basin that we're utilizing that 180,000 figure, which brings a sustainable yield to those lands that they're not even using. And it's like giving them an advantage to pump more.
No, we're making, well, we proposed a rule for farm units where irrigated acres could attach acres that were unirrigated, pay for sustainable yield for everything, pay for transition water for the irrigated acres, and manage it as a whole.
Right. And then I have the same thoughts with the tiering, and we are giving an advantage to a time frame.
And
So,
the
you know,
direction from your board was
yeah,
to take a look
things
at
have
recent-
consequences in
That's right.
in
That's
time,
right.
and so we have to look at these things and look at them again, because once they're in place, it's going to have a profound consequence. So we've got to be able to think out loud a little bit on these things to see where everybody sits. We're not in a box here by ourselves to determine this without consequence to everyone. So I think it's really important to hear from all the sources. And when we think outside, or when we think out loud, and that's all we're doing here. We haven't decided anything yet. We're just throwing out questions that maybe help us understand more what the consequences might be in the long run.
Greg Young.
Can I offer by example a little bit more on this kind of never irrigated, or sorry, non-irrigated land? Let's for a moment remove from our minds the never irrigated argument, and let's go to your dairy example, Supervisor Rogers.
Yeah.
I have multiple parcels on my dairy, some of which include just all the loafing lots and the milking parlor area and my tractor storage areas and all that.
Those are not
Silage
irrigated.
pits.
Yeah.
All of that is non-irrigated land that I would want to include in my farm unit so I could get the yield associated with those acres, those gross acres on those parcels. I would want to include those with my irrigated lands that are all my silage lands and my other crop lands that I might be using as part of my dairy waste nutrient management requirements, as well as maybe other lands that I farm just as a standard farming practice of other commodities. I group all those together and I manage them as a whole entirety to where those non-irrigated lands do get the sustainable yield, and they are part of that 35,000 acres in that estimate.
Right.
And so that's part of what we were trying to address when we were creating this. Now, the added of the never irrigated became a complication that we're trying to figure out how to resolve.
Yeah, the never irrigated was what I probably should have said earlier when I was talking about that. Yeah, I understand that concept of bringing in all of the land into the farm unit that you sit on and you're working, and that's part of the game.
Hey, very good. Are there any other questions from my colleagues? Yes.
Stephanie, so this table that you're sharing with us, this has been shared in your public meetings.
So the tables that have been here have been in the board packet, but they've been shared during office hours. We haven't had any separate public meetings just to address this specific table, but we have had a lot leading up to this point.
Okay. Well, I guess that's my concern, is that has the public had ample time to really review it and grasp it, and to really provide input, not just online, but to allow people to come in. There's some farmers who simply don't have the access to, or the ability or the time to do it online. And so I just want to make sure that that we're providing every opportunity for them to participate in the process.
We've certainly met with people in person to talk about their individual operations, and we're setting up a series of those. There's always the potential to do additional outreach, as you know.
And I like that question simply because that I think it's really important that we continue to hear from people and not make this decision in a vacuum. And even though I think we've had a lot of discussion on this stuff for years, I think there's some people that are still coming to grips with it. They're trying to think of how. I think Christina Beckstead alluded to that a couple of weeks ago, and I finally digested that a little bit more when I talked to a couple of people who said, I don't have the internet, and this and that, and so it just behooves us to. And you've done a great job. This is not a criticism on you at all. This is just a process that needs time, and it needs energy, and it needs informationally. We've got to get this information out to more people, and perhaps more people are becoming engaged because it is so close to a decision. It is so close to impacting the way they live, the way they function, the way they farm, and people are becoming more engaged. I can see that clearly, and so maybe these figures, some of them were a little bit of shock to some people.
I'm sure they were a shock
Yeah.
to some people. I think it's hard to wrap your head
Shocking
around
to
it.
all of us, actually, I should say.
Well, we
Shocking
have
to
talked
me.
with MAWA about planning a couple of workshops coming up to digest it a little bit, and they've been very helpful in terms of organizing workshops for Irrowatch, the satellite tracking. So we had 50 people in the workshop on Monday.
That's
I
great.
think that's potentially a solution to that issue.
Good.
Stephanie, just a comment, just a clarification in regards to the evapotranspiration rate and, the water that we're looking at. That is, that's not necessarily what's being applied to the ground, because there's some water that is not going to be calculated not being part of the evapotranspiration rate. Some of it just goes into the ground and it doesn't, become part of the photosynthesis and whole process. So it's not like somebody's going from, let's say 48 inches to 3.5, say 4 acre feet down to 23 inches, because it's again, it's more like what the evapotranspiration right now on the trees is.
It's what's coming out.
Right.
Yeah.
Not necessarily what's going in the
Not
ground.
yeah.
Right. The consumptive use of the plant is what we're measuring. That's different than what you're
Through
pumping.
the satellite.
Because
Yes.
it's not capturing all the water that's actually.
That's right. So
being
if you're
applied.
thinking you
That's a
need
good
48
point.
inches and this is half
That's a
of
very good
that,
point.
those are an apples to oranges comparison.
Right.
So that's why perhaps that Greg was saying it only equates to a 20% versus my math that said 30% right off the top, because I'm thinking in terms of the entire amount of water applied, and he's thinking only in terms of ET.
Right.
Yes. So there's a number of sort of shifts in thinking that make this
Right.
hard, and that's clearly one of them.
Yeah, there's a lot of shifts in all of this. When you talk about it, you have to, and if you're not in that business, it's hard to make that transition.
Understood.
That's
Yeah.
why we have the Irrowatch thing going on right now, and some of these other practice sessions, so that people know what that is and
Right.
can monitor it and kind of get a feel like, okay, I'm putting 3.5 acre feet on my ground, and yet I see, based on the evapotranspiration rate, that it's maybe 2.8 acre feet on something. So they can use that as like, okay, maybe I need to cut down to 3.2, whatever, to get down to this, whatever the number is.
So in reality, this number is not as drastic then as it appears to the I mean, it's drastic, but don't
I
get
don't
me
want
wrong.
to underplay it. It's a big deal.
It's a
but
big
yes.
number. It's a big number, but it doesn't, it's not a true measure of what a person might be thinking out there.
It's not what you pump. This is
Yeah.
not a pumped water number.
Right, okay.
Yep.
That's very, very good to know that. That is a very big distinction.
So very good. If there's no other questions from my colleagues, I'd like to open this up to the public, and I'd like to start first with those who are in-house, and then we can go to the web world. And just like we do on our public comment in the when we start our meetings, I like to keep these comments as 3 minutes or under. We've got a lot of people that like to comment, and so that way we can respect everybody's time, and I think we can still get our points across. And if it doesn't, we're available all the time. Contact us individually anytime. At least myself, I'm open. We can discuss things further. So let's go ahead, and if there's anybody here in the public who would like to comment, feel free to come to the podium and put your name in. There's a sign-in sheet, and then you can introduce yourself and make your comment. Thank you.
Good morning, supervisors. My name is Michelle Lascoiti. Good to see you all here. And I think I'd like to think about myself with a toothache and having to go see the dentist in regard to Sigma. And I would also like to thank Stephanie for all of her work. A lot of going to the dentist lately has been participating in the workshops that she has conducted for us. You know, I personally have been a farmer in the county for a long, long time, as my family. And I have to say, it is overwhelming what's going to happen to us. It is a big deal. She's completely correct. And also to the extent that the efforts with the grant and having the ability to participate and simulate what a water market tool might provide farmers here in Madera County. And we're just in the very infancy of that, only in completing round 3, we're entering round 4. But I would have to say that that has helped going to the dentist. It's painful, but the reality has helped to set in with using that tool and participating. I would also like to state that I am here on behalf of the Madera County Cattlemen's Association. I'm currently president of the organization, and we all sent in a resolution to the clerk of the board, I think a couple weeks ago, regarding our resolution and affirming our water rights. I don't wish to usurp anybody else's time, and I hope you all had a chance to read it. But I do want to restate our affirmations towards the end of that document so that they will be in the front of your mind. And those are that we are within the boundary, our rangeland property, the complication that I think Supervisor Rogers mentioned earlier. So we are in that boundary. The map clearly has it. And as Greg has said, there's 100,000 acres of non-irrigated land that is in the GSAs of Madera County, albeit in these different subbasins. And there is, I would hazard to say, a pretty great percentage of it that is rangeland. And we wish to have our sustainable yield allocation. We're agricultural property owners. We happen to be rangeland property owners, but we are producing agriculture, and we wish to have our sustainable yield and believe that is part of our property rights. We also wish to reaffirm and that you all recognize that we are the owners of the water underneath our ground and have been, and also provide all of the small streams and waterways and tributaries that create the percolation and go downstream to the valley floor. And lastly, that in conjunction with that we do have the ability to use our sustainable yield as a farm unit, or how we would like to see it used for selling and trading to continue to operate in our sustainable manner. So with that, I will close my remarks. If anybody has any questions for me, I'd be more than happy to answer those.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, I will just add one last thing, just on behalf of the Lascoite family, personally. We are rangeland owners and irrigated land farmers. We have irrigated land in the county GSAs and also within the water districts. For our family, and we operate that business as a whole. It's every day, it's a diversified farming operation for us. We believe that is a very sustainable way to operate, and we have done so for quite some time. So I would encourage you to also think about that as you move forward. Thanks again.
Very good, thank you. Supervisor Frazier. Okay, after. Okay.
Good morning, Norman Allender here, Madera County resident. Also with us today is Michael Fagundes and Mark Garcia from our team as well, if you have any further questions. So I have a few points, and the first one is, and I'll say it and I'll return to it, the tiers just are fundamentally unfair, right? There's an issue with them. They're retro looking, right, back to 2015, but I'll come back to that. I love what's been talked about, I've looked at the outreach that's been done in the last year, this last tough year, right? And I can remember going to meetings in 2019 in some of our team pretty regularly. Wholeheartedly agree that, Chowchilla Fairgrounds, Portuguese Hall somewhere, Madera Fairgrounds, there's lots of room for us to get together. I will tell you, I know several people in this industry, particularly, don't even have an email address, right? And so they depend on other people for that. So the staff has worked hard on this outreach, but getting anything done this last year, as you all know, is very difficult. By the way, thanks for being in person. Not enough communities are. And then a little bit about the process, right? The process is still coming in here today, right? I'm just a simple person from Parksdale, but I'm more confused after listening to this. I thought I had my arms around it, right? But the concept of never irrigated versus non-irrigated, that's something that I wasn't tracking really, right? I think that, this opt-in and opt-out, what does that really mean, right? The fees, again, I understand that you guys are doing a fee study, and if this is all driven towards getting a fee in place, that's part of the discussion, and the allocations, I think, are important to that. But some of these other things about even the farm units, which seem like something that may be workable, it's still a little foreign. So I would strongly suggest getting the meetings like we had in the times now that we can have a meeting again and put that in place, right? But I don't see that. I mean, I understand the overreaching part of the state, but to my understanding, the counties received no imminent letter, and if you don't do this now, I mean, I understand the lawyers aren't lining up yet, but when they start, it's going to change, and thankfully they aren't. But back to the point on tiers, right? It drives us back to 2015, and some of you will remember that in November of 2014, the board had an item before it, when Chairman Wheeler was there, but to restrict conversion, right? It was very much parallel to this at that time. And the board not denied it, actually several motions happened, but the board decided not to proceed with it at that time, and probably under threat of litigation, just like everything else. But there was a message sent then, and so to take us back to 2015, when the board in November of 2014 said, this is an important issue, this is something we're trying to get their arms around, and then did not want to proceed with it at that time. Perhaps it was premature. I recall people saying that, right? So 3 things I'd have to say, right? I believe the tiers really aren't fair fundamentally, because you're doing it after the fact, right? You know, doing something after the fact and going backwards is not fair, and somebody might tell you if it's legal or not, right? I would love to see an in-person meeting, and that more than one. And then, like I said, I'd like to know more about the process, and maybe the in-person meetings will get us there. So thank you again. I'm available for questions, as are other members of our team. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you.
Good morning.
Rangeland operators are a complication. That kind of tells me where the priorities have been. We've been talking about irrigated agriculture for 3 years. I was on your advisory committee. Thank you for appointing me and reappointing me. Appreciate it. I learned a lot. And originally I thought I'd represent the foothills, but I ended up trying to mediate all of the problems of overdraft. And let me tell you that there were a lot of urban interests who participated in our advisory committee meetings, both present and then later via the Zoom meetings. And they were listened to. And Stephanie adapted into what's been done. I want to start by, you should cut me off. I'm halfway done, I guess. Today's proposal should be rejected. Both presidents. No. Why? I'm no attorney, but giving people and entities special rights by inserting grandfathering clauses seems alien. This nation was built on human equality, equality of opportunity, and not special rights or restrictions to a favored or disfavored few. The way it's worded, Mama is mentioned in one of the whereases in one of the two resolutions. That disturbed me. I didn't see Farm Bureau. I didn't see anybody else. The way it's worded seems nothing more than a poorly veiled attempt by a subgroup of white area farmers to create and then transfer to themselves permanent pumping rights to underground streams percolated from nature's rains on other white area rangeland. It needs to be remembered that white area ranchers didn't, as Michelle said, didn't ask to have their lands included. It's just what happened. Stigma's rights should be incumbent rights and limitations and not treated as, rangeland should not be treated as a stepchild buffer zone with rights, with fewer rights, but the same limitations. Hope you, I think it's, as I said, it's been oriented toward farming, irrigated farming, but not toward rangeland. Just because we haven't accessed groundwater up to this date, perhaps because of finances or whatever, why shouldn't we be able to access it? So also, one other thing. A long time ago, there's been discussion about the ability to have water rights conveyed to distant areas. I wrote Stephanie a suggestion that a person, say 20 miles away, could transfer a right with a discount. And I suggested 1% a mile, so that would be a 20% discount for 20 miles. Not stuck on 1%, it could be 3%, it could be 10%. But that would take care of it. Instead of having all these complicated zones, it's all really one basin. It's all really one set of moving water underground. So why have these zones? Why not just have something, the sort of economic disincentive that takes care of itself? I offered again.
Very good. Thank you.
Good morning, board. I just wanted to take an opportunity to speak to you. I have to click one.
Your name?
Oh, I'm sorry. My name is Betsy Cardoza. My family's been since 1878. We are cattle ranchers. I am a fifth generation here. As a cattle ranching aspect of this Sigma, I know that there is not going to be any winners. Nobody's going to be happy. But as a cattle rancher, we're asking for our fair shake. We are good stewards of the land, like Michelle did. We are the ones that provide percolation. We have our stock ponds, we have our rivers, we have our streams. We take care of our land, we take care of the wildlife, we take care of our livestock. We're asking that we give our fair shake in the water, and we have not been over pumping. We've actually been providing water for the farming, which is a good thing, but we would like to also be able to have our water for our property. Take away our sustainable yield for our property will also devalue it, as by taking the water rights away. So if you guys could please consider giving us a sustainable yield and to give us our fair shake. We would like to see a water market. So if we do want to opt in and participate, we can. If not, we will maintain like we have always done. So we have had an opportunity to meet with 3 of the board members, and we would like an opportunity to meet with 2 others so we can present our case individually, maybe ask and answer some more questions. You guys can see where we're coming from as cattle ranchers. And I appreciate your time, and I hope you guys will consider as our sustainable yield and water market. Thank you.
Very good, thank you. Before if there's no other comments from the folks here, but before I open it up to the web, Supervisor Frazier, would you like to?
Open it to the web and then I'll.
All right, very good. So let's go ahead and open it up to the web, and I'm going to ask the clerk of the board to please help me out. And in fact, if you could help select the folks, you've got a little more control, and a couple of folks over there
People
can
have their
help.
hands up and that kind of thing.
Hands up. I don't want to. So
We have a goal first.
So, I'm sorry, Eagle. Okay, good. Okay, Eagle, you've got it.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much. First of all, I wanted to commend Stephanie for all the hard work that she's done, all the criticism that she had to withstand from everywhere. She's trying to do the best for everyone, but sometimes, even though you're trying the best, not everything can be achieved. And in our case is one such moment. In January 2015, I didn't have a crystal ball. Okay, I knew that I had a business that I was operating for years and years, and we were going on. And now we have to deal with the fact that instead of having to be able to use 36 inches or 30 inches of water, we're going to be able to use only 6 inches. Now, so that's not using less than 30%. That means that my business is now going to have 80% less water, at least 80% less water to irrigate, which means basically I'm going to be out of business. Okay? So what we did in 2019 is we purchased additional acres so we can use those acres in our farming operation. And those acres were never irrigated, but they became a part of our farm unit. Now I'm being told that I'm not going to be able to use for my irrigated land all of that allocation, that I'm only going to be able to use 25% of that allocation. So if I have 600 acre feet that I would have been able to use from the purchased land, now I'm only going to be able to use 150 acre feet. That to me is a taking. There's no reason, for me, not to be able to use it. I'm not buying it in order to enrich myself. I'm running a business and I'm trying to conduct the business in a very, logical fashion. And I think if anybody is going to restrict me from using all of my farming unit, land, and allocation, that to me is going to be taken. My suggestion is, since everybody was involved with everything that was going on and knew that January of 2020 was going to be the deadline that everything was going to be implemented, everybody had the ability to know ahead of time that if they need to have extra water, they would be able to go out and purchase land so they can include it as part of the farm unit and operate their business. Now, if the January 15th date would be moved to the January 20th date, then at least is not looking back and saying, okay, you didn't know, doesn't matter, it's too late. Everybody knew that January 2020 was going to be the deadline, and they needed to act before that. I have not bought that land in order to enrich myself. I bought that land in order to make sure that I can continue my business and not have to file bankruptcy. And I would like you people to take that into consideration. Now, we have done a research through the title company, and we even asked Stephanie in order to tell us how much rangeland, non-irrigated land, was purchased prior to 2020, January 2020. I could not find any large purchases beyond about 150 acres or 200 acres that have changed hands. Okay, so I don't see a run of everybody on trying to enrich themselves from that opportunity. I think that if we have a farm unit that includes never irrigated land, the allocation should be allowed fairly to all those irrigated land. Thank you very much. If you have any questions, I'm available.
Thank you. I've been given a sheet from the clerk of the board that has those on WebEx who would like to speak, and based on that list, the next individual is Sue O'Connor.
Hi, thank you so much. I am not a farmer. I am just an Oakhurst resident, but I support our farmers, and what I have observed is the politics of water, and that the state of California chooses to pump most of our fresh water out into the ocean, and that is the reason that our farmers are having to deal with these allocations. And so I hope that the county board will support our farmers and be as generous as possible with all allocations and formulations, because what I'm hearing is you guys are using formulas to come up with these allocations, and you're determining which land should be included. I think you should include as much land as possible to give our farmers the most water they can possibly have. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you. Next on the list is Madeline Harris.
Hi, good afternoon, Chair and supervisors, members of the board. This is Madeline from Leadership Council. I just had a few questions that I wanted to highlight, and hopefully we can work to incorporate some answers to these questions into the allocations framework before the board votes in a few weeks. The first question is, I wanted to inquire if the base sustainable yield has been adjusted for the drought conditions that we're currently in, just due to less water coming into the subbasin naturally. And I guess that sort of speaks to some of the comments that have been made regarding additional water storage, because the fact is, if we're in a drought and there's less if there's less surface water, then we could have all the storage facilities in the world, but if they're empty, I guess that wouldn't help us much. And I guess with regards to the water just coming into the subbasin and percolating into the aquifer naturally, I wanted to know if the base sustainable yield is being adjusted for the drought conditions that we anticipate. So that's the first question. The second question is similar. Has the current overdraft been adjusted for ongoing overpumping since the measurements that were in the draft GSP? So that's another thing. And with regards to the drought conditions overall, just as more information on the conditions that we anticipate over the course of the next few years is available, obviously that should be coordinated with the allocations framework and Sigma implementation overall locally. And then lastly, my other question was with regards to the farm units and reallocation concept of sustainable yield. I just wanted to ask if there's any way to predict and track where areas of concentrated overpumping could be anticipated, so that the GSA can adjust the farm unit framework as needed to protect the aquifer and to protect nearby drinking water for nearby residents and communities. So as I reviewed all of the information that's currently available, those were the questions that we had, and hoping that that can all be clarified in the final framework that gets voted on. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Next on the list is Jack Rice.
Good afternoon. Thank you for the opportunity to comment. I'm Jack Rice with the Madera Ag Water Association. I want to thank Stephanie and the board for grappling with this issue, as mentioned last time, and I think everybody recognizes, however you view it, it's a complex problem and it's very challenging to work through fairly equitably. So we do appreciate that work. The discussion today has revealed there's a significant amount of uncertainty, confusion on different aspects of it. That stuff just has to be worked through, which takes time and engagement. And I know that Stephanie and the team have been open and willing, but there have been new ideas put forward recently, and those are going to take some time to digest and understand. It's essential that that farmers and everyone in the basin has a chance to understand the allocation system, its implications, and how they can adapt to that system. And I encourage the board to continue to allow that to occur, that there's enough time for people to understand what this is going to mean and how it's going to adapt. So with that, thank you very much. Thank you for your questions, and I appreciate hearing everybody's perspective to today's meeting.
Very good, thank you. And I'm going to ask the clerk of the board, are there any other individuals that you can see in WebEx who would like to make a comment?
There are a few online, but they're going to need to announce themselves.
Yes, this is Mark Reed.
Okay.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, Mark, are you here to comment about the water allocation?
Yes, I have a question.
Okay.
Okay, my question is because Mother Nature has decided to create one of the longest droughts on record in California, all of these fees, regulations, and fines and allocations and so forth are being put into place. Is there a process in which all of these fees, fines, and allocations will be removed if Mother Nature decides to stop the drought and we go back to a normal rainfall and saturation rates?
Okay, thank you. And are there any others wishing to make a comment? No. Okay.
I think that's it.
Hello, this is Chris Campbell.
Okay. Chris, go ahead.
Someone previously spoke that they hope the lawyers wouldn't come anytime soon, but I am one of the lawyers. So I think that a lot of good work has been done on this, but I think with the non-irrigated lands, I think the group has overreached. The Sigma, of course, needed to address the overpumping, but the people who have not been pumping, the non-irrigators, really have already complied with Sigma. So there's no reason for them to, one, pay anything, but more importantly, as I understand it, as you went through the the various chunks of the irrigation or of the water, the sustainable yield, it appears to me that you just took the sustainable yield that the non-irrigators own and moved it over into the your rubric of your various tiers. The non-irrigators own that water, and that is actually in the SGMA law, that the non-irrigators who are overlying landowners are not needed to go into that system. You can't. SGMA said that the water law stays the same. It has not been changed. They said that overreaching, because obviously it's been changed by saying that you have to be sustainable. But the non-irrigators have already been sustainable. So you're actually taking their property rights and moving it over to the people who caused the problem. You're really, in this, the way you're putting this together, you're really punishing the people who did the right thing and as putting their property rights into your system, and that's just not going to happen. It is a taking, as Igal said, and that has to be fixed. I will stop there, but I'll be submitting a significant letter to explain this in more detail. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you. Any other comments from folks on WebEx? Seeing none or hearing none, I think we have somebody else in-house who would like to make a comment.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Chair. I was going to keep quiet today, but had a few points I'd like to make today. Sorry, Christina Beckstead, Executive Director, Madera County Farm Bureau. First of all, just a couple of reminders. So the current drought is not intended to speed up the process, right? So we have 20 years to achieve sustainability. And to that point, Rome was not built in a day, right? So we need to have a plan and an approach on how that's going to move forward. So although we have until 24 to achieve sustainability, there are things that need to be in play in order for us to get there, so that in 2039, we are not shutting down all of agriculture or a significant part of agriculture in the county. A couple of things as I listened today to the presentation, or I should say to the discussion that was had of items that might be useful moving forward. One, and I brought this up on the call with staff. I think it was the staff call, the office hours. In that, an ET document might be helpful, like an ET 101, because there are various ETs that are referred to within the plan and throughout this process. So not only for the supervisors, but also I think for the farmers, I think that's helpful. Another item that comes to mind for me is explaining. I know that it's been discussed over and over again, and most of us understand what consumptive use is, but actually explaining consumptive use and how that number comes to be is probably helpful as well. And Another item to think about is growers want to know how much water they can apply. So despite that we're looking at ET and consumptive use, right? When growers hear 0.5, they are thinking that all they can put on their farm is 6 inches of water. So some sort of explanation as to what they might be able to apply would be helpful as well. And then just another thought in listening today is that, reduction may not be a flat number by farm or by acre. When we look at needing to reduce down to the sustainable yield number, that's for the sub-basin. So as a whole, it's not every farmer needs to reduce by, I think you referred to a third earlier, Supervisor Rogers. It's as a sub-basin, we need to reduce by that amount. So Farmer A may sell out 1,000 acres. So for example, in the first 5 years, we discussed a 10% reduction, right? So Farmer A sells 1,000 acres or fallows 1,000 acres, and it remains fallowed in those 5 years. We've just met our 10% threshold for those 5 years, right? And that could happen over time, right? So Farmer B takes out 2%, Farmer C takes out 5%, all of that adds up, and it's as a sub-basin. So to tell any one individual farmer or all farmers that they have to reduce their farming by X amount is a little bit deceptive. So something to be mindful as we move forward and in the way that things are portrayed. So that's all I've got for today. Thank you for your time.
Very good, thank you. Any other comments from those in-house or on WebEx? Seeing none, Supervisor Frazier.
Thank you, and thank you everyone for all of your comments. And like they always said, whiskey's for drinking, water's for fighting. And I think we've ended up pitting people. It seems like it's getting pitted against each other, and I don't think that's what we're trying to accomplish here. And I just want to thank you, Stephanie. One thing that everyone seems to agree on is that you're listening and working with people and doing a good job. So I appreciate you for doing that. So when I see that it's getting pitted against whether it gets included in with the never irrigated versus the land that's been irrigated, we're looking at I believe the allocation of 30 to 32 inches. So if it's 30 inches without the never irrigated land, can we move our transitional water and maybe have a more aggressive glide path down? So, if my quick numbers just up here, and don't hold me to them, but it'd be about 148,750 transitional water to get, and that would still include everybody in the basin being able to opt in, and if you take it down at 5%, I know my math on that one is good. That takes 20 years to get to zero. So is that something that we can do so that people that have put in a large investment can get get 10 years out of the trees, or as they're looking for another crop that could go with that, or as technology catches up and somehow finds a way to micro irrigate. Maybe it's coming from underneath, but is that something that we can do instead of jumping straight to the 101? And that way everybody is included, everybody has the allocation that they need to continue to get a productive life out of their investment.
Just to make sure I'm clear, you're suggesting for the transitional water using more recent ETAW rather than kind of the direction the board was going 6 months ago, which was to base it in 2015.
Yes. And then also on the tiers, I think there were some good points made forward to to say that in 2015 is to say, hey, didn't you know that we were going to make a decision 6 years later that affected what you did or did not do, I think is going to be a problem. So looking at moving forward from 2020 or even 2021, but then having a more aggressive glide path down.
You can certainly have a more aggressive glide path down. I mean, I think most people found this glide path pretty harsh, but
But that's if you're using a lower allocation to start and having 2% going down, but I just think that having it start here, because again, yeah, we may have known, people may have known about Sigma 5 years ago and what it was going to do, but there was no numbers to make any business decisions based off of, or any kind of decisions. So I don't think that holding someone to something that they did or did not do in 2015 when we did not do anything in 2015 is unreasonable.
your second suggestion is for the tiers using more of the current date or whatever date the resolution
whenever date the resolution passes. And but I also look at it and think, if there is a reason then to bring in or lease land that's be put into a farm unit for the sole purpose of being able to use that water on your farm unit, that does give a reason to keep land out instead of breaking in new land. I think that maybe we either do away with the tiers or at least start it from the date of acceptance moving forward.
Okay, and just to make a point, if you bump up the transitional water bucket, if my arm is the slope of the line, right, and my elbow's going up for a higher number, you see the slope becomes steeper.
That's
right?
yeah.
Which is what you were saying.
That's what I was saying, yeah.
Okay.
But at least you have that ability to get more productive use out of your out of the crops, and hopefully again let technology catch up.
Okay. Well, we can certainly bring back the tables with the 2020 ETAW and a version where
does Greg have that ETAW?
He does. Greg?
Sorry, I'm coming back online. So we are the transition water ET, or sorry, the total ET of the current condition for the Madera County GSA and the Madera subbasin is previously the tables we've been working with were 191,000 acre feet of total, of which we subdivided that between transition and sustainable yield. Using 2020, the number is 203,000 acre feet is the estimate, so that's 12,000 acre feet greater in the Madera subbasin. Chowchilla subbasin goes from 80,600 to 85,900, so about 5,500 acre feet greater. And no change for Delta Mendota.
And Greg, the 23 inches total for 2021 in the Madera subbasin, how does the 23 inches change with bumping the
I think that also depends on what our assumption is about the non-irrigated acres. Are we still holding 35,000 or are we removing that?
Why don't we hold that assumption?
So
okay.
So
just so that we can see the effect on 23.
So
so just the effect on 23, just to answer that question, changing that, adding that 12,000 acre feet of additional ET adds, takes us from the 23 to 24.6, so adds an inch, 1.6 inches when we're still maintaining that 35,000 non-irrigated acres.
Okay, so the 203,000 that was in 2020, right? It was 203 or 201?
203,000.
203,000. So then you would minus out, or you would subtract out of that 90,000 sustainable yield, right?
Correct.
And then the rest would be transition water?
Correct.
So
it'd be essentially 113,000 acre feet of transition water.
okay, and so that was actual use?
That was that's the estimated use for the 2020 acreages using the ETAW values and ET values that were used in the GSP. We have not, there was never a full analysis of 2020 done on a parcel by parcel basis to assess actual use. If you recall our presentation in November, where we used some formation data to estimate approximate 2019, I think that was. It was in that same range. It might have been different by a few thousand acre feet or so, but we're about in that same category.
But this is what it's using the method that we're going to use going forward, correct? So we're really taking down from 113,000 to 101 in this first year in terms of transitional water.
No, the suggestion is instead of using the current evapotranspiration of applied water by irrigated agriculture from 2015, that number is 191,000 in the Madera subbasin. If we use the 2020 value for the irrigated acres, that is 203,000 acre feet. So that differential is our bucket we start with. We take off the sustainable yield, and then we subdivide the remaining water across the irrigated acres.
But that was actual, what I'm saying is that was the actual use because it went up to 203 in 2020.
Correct.
So
it increased from 191 to 203.
So last year when, before Sigma, everyone is growing their crops, and that was how much was used.
That is the estimate of how much was used.
Take out the
how much was consumed.
Yeah, consumed water, Madera Subbasin County GSA.
That's the ET water, not
yeah. That's the
applied
transitional water. But I'm saying if we're using the same method next year, we're really reducing. And help me out if I'm wrong, but it looks like we would be reducing. Even if it was at the transitional water that we had plus the 90, that's 191. That'd be 22,000 less acre feet from last year.
Let me come back with the table that's updated with the 2020 ETAW, because all of those numbers are going to change, right? If you start with the bigger bucket and take 2% off, each of them is different.
So I think something that Christina said is that it looks like there's no possible way, because you see 23.3 inches. There's no way we can do that. But it's not really 23.3 for everybody, because there's some that aren't going to be using it. I'd like to see what is the actual use spread out over these numbers of what it is current using that 2020 number.
By crop?
Well, not by crop, because it's, I don't want to get in too into the weeds on what we're telling people that they can or can't plant, but if we just do that same average that we did here on the 23.3, it's probably not that much different of a number that is actually going to be available for people to pump right now.
I think the major driver in the Madera subbasin, in the county GSA in the Madera subbasin, is the assumption about the non-irrigated acres. The amount of transition water that you get to share among the irrigated ag is it's that number can change a little bit if we have a higher ETAW today than we did 5 years ago, 6 years ago. And that number is a little bit higher, but that still has to be shared amongst just the irrigated lands.
But even if the never irrigated lands opt in and then use that elsewhere, it's the same amount of water, or it's close to the same amount of water that was used just last year.
Correct. So our subbasin, our county GSA in each of the subbasin has, I think I understand what you're trying to ask, so I'm just trying to see if we can get to the answers in a way that works for everybody. Let's presume 100% of the land is irrigated, and we are using 200,000 acre feet of water. And we know our sustainable yield is only 90,000 acres. Then that means we have to drop 110,000 acres off. So that if we're irrigating every acre, we now have to have, all the land has to be reduced in some manner collectively. As Christina had just noted, it could be one farmer more than another, but we would have to reduce all of that down to 90,000 by 2040. Now, if that same was only we were irrigating 50% of the land and we were still only using 200,000 acre feet, we're still in the calculus is still the same. We are taking 90,000 acre feet and we are sharing it amongst anybody that wants to opt in. If that is only 50% of the land, then that is no different than what is happening today. Correct? And so I think the challenge that we've seen in this Madera subbasin example is the large number of acres of opt-in lands. And that if we take that away, all the water that you use today would be divided amongst all the irrigated land. And that number would be a little bit higher. We had actually made an estimate of what that would look like, and that number would go up to 28.3 inches. If you spread that 203,000 only across 85,000 irrigated acres. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
And it's because part of the irrigated acres use less. And so the allocation shared across is maybe more than they may need, which is why we are coming up with farm units, because the only other way to allow that sharing and shifting, well, not the only way, there's a couple of ways. One would be through a market, and we're representing a farm unit would play a legitimate stepping stone in a market consideration, at least. It would allow flexibility when you farm across multiple parcels to use your entire supply. It might be more on some fields and might be less on others, and therefore it can balance out.
All right. Supervisor Rogers.
Yeah, every figure you just delivered there was in regards to evapotranspiration. And I think Christina brought up a good point about what does that mean in terms of applied water. I mean, we need a gauge in terms of applied water, because there's not a farmer in this area that has an evapotranspiration meter that gauges their pump. They know it by acre feet and gallons and what have you. So I'm sure there's a little confusion out there, because I know Norm Allender is one of the most tech savvy guys I know, and if he was a little confused by it, anybody's going to be. I was confused by it, and I've got an engineering background, so I understand technical things too. So that would be a very important figure for the average guy out there, I think, to know that.
Challenge. Sorry.
Yeah, go
Supervisor
ahead.
Rogers, the challenge there is every irrigation system and every field circumstance is different.
Yeah.
You could have flood irrigation on a sandy soil, and you might put on 4 feet to have evapotranspiration of 2. You might have a tighter soil and a drip irrigation system, and you put on 2.1 feet, but you still have the same evapotranspiration of 2.
Can we
So-
get a range then? Maybe the possibilities for each?
I think
we
put some graphics together to make
Yeah.
that more clear. So there
I
were
think that would be really good because, I mean, I don't think I'm the only one that thought that.
So
Oh.
what I think might be helpful is we will work on a table that has some animation and makes it kind of clear where the numbers are coming from.
Right.
We'll do some work with the 2020 ETAW as well at the tiers. We'll work together with MAWA and the Farm Bureau and have a workshop that has an in-person option as well as Zoom. I know Zoom is both exhausting and silly, but we have got people used to it. So we now have 50 to 100 people who log on whenever we do Zoom.
I just want to say too, I think, I don't want to, I'm not casting blame on Greg or you for that happening. Your numbers are always very clear in these charts and what have you. But as you go through conversation about these issues, you slip into what you know. And what they know is acre feet by applied water. I mean, that's I think that's very easy to do. And so.
And the public comments were helpful too in identifying areas of confusion or where clarification was needed.
Thank you.
And I think Supervisor Rogers, one final point on that, the work that we are doing with some of the growers on EarWatch, where we are helping track what they are actually applying compared with what the ET measurements are, will help maybe, at least for some circumstances, represent that differential and help that guidance of applied water compared to ETAW.
Absolutely.
And so,
that's a good program. Very good. And lastly, let me say that I'm a freedom-loving American, and I know we all are, and that I really believe the state of California has created a big problem in how they've approached this, the time frames, everything. I think could have been done more gently over a longer period of time and a slighter glide path. We could have reached the same objective with less impact to the whole system had they been more thoughtful. Typical government sticking its foot in and tripping everybody instead of helping.
Very good. Thank you. Any other comments, thoughts? Just something to keep in mind, just to kind of bring back some perspective. I'm still pushing hard. We have to have a program set by 1/1/22 that's in place, that's going to work. Number one, we don't want the state water board to come in and adjudicate us. That would be the worst thing for anybody. Second of all, those of you who are in the farming business know that your water is being compromised. The quality of your water, the deeper you go, the more bicarbonate you get, the more salts. They're the higher cost to pump. Number three, the cost to replace your wells and pumps are skyrocketing. They're over the top. That's something we need to think about again. And then finally, we have to think about our communities. We have 75 to 80,000 people living just here in the city of Madera. We've got Chachilla, we've got our outlying communities, Fairmead and others that we've talked about, and people living out in the community. And I think that we have, again, we've been talking a lot of technicalities about glide paths and so forth. The bottom line is our aquifer is dropping. It's dropping. It's happening. It's a reality, and it's not going to, if we do nothing to address it, we're going to be looking ourselves in a mirror and just it's just not going to be a good thing for anybody in agriculture. So with that, we do, yes. Mm-hmm.
If if we continue for the next 6 months and we discuss this, and that's the deadline, the rate study cannot be completed on the same timeline because it needs all of the allocation amounts. I've done pretty much all of the engineering pieces that feed into it. So I'm
Right. Yeah, and that's the thing. I mean, I'm really glad we brought it to this point because unfortunately we've missed out on 20, we missed out on 21, and we're not going to miss out on 22. I'll tell you that. And because, you know, we can't slow play this thing, but I'm glad we got to this point because all of a sudden people are coming to the table. People are saying, well, how about this? How about that? That wasn't happening prior to this.
Right.
That wasn't happening at all because people knew what was being slow played. Let's just, you know, it's going to happen or, you know, but it's going to be down the road. We can kind of push it out. Well, we're not going to push it out anymore. So you've got, you know what the public comment is, you know what the concerns are, and now we can start working overtime and overdrive to get the communication out, to let people know what consumptive use means versus your TE or ET, call home. And so it's the thing that now we can do. We can deal with it, and so we can get those allocations and get them set up. You know, we just can't slow play this thing. We're not going to go, right now it's 18 years to get sustainability. If we push it out again, it's going to be 17 years. And talking about a glide path, it's going to be a waterfall, you know, with no water in it. So,
but if you push it to January, we're not going to have a rate in place in January.
no, we've got to do it much. I'm saying
Okay.
I want a rate, I want a program 1/1 of 22.
With
That's
a
what-
rate, and it needs an allocation adopted
We have to.
within, say, a month.
Absolutely. We've got to.
Okay.
We've got to. We've got,
Thank you.
again, we've heard from everybody. We've heard concerns. That's great. Thank you. We need to hear that. Now, again, we need to work overtime and in overdrive to get all the communication out, find every little rock or somebody who doesn't have internet or whatever.
And we've done 6 mailings, just so you know.
Yeah,
We do
6
use the
mailings
old-fashioned mail.
Yeah, well, let's get on our horses and go find folks that, you know, are, again, living in who knows where. So.
Do you have a
because-
list of all the farmers and the landowners in the zones? or
We've
areas, GSAs?
6 times we've mailed something to everybody who's in the county GSA. It always gets a little bump up in communication afterwards, but there are people who are hard to reach, as you've heard.
But when we come to the point where we're show that we're serious, when we've got it on the agenda, guess who's showing up?
People.
Yeah, people. We start getting attorneys on the web. We start, you know, having folks show up in the room. That's great. That's what we want. We want to get to this point. And until we got to this point, this was not happening. It was like, you know how many GSA meetings we've had up to this point? Every week or every month, and nobody was showing up. Nobody. You know, and all of a sudden.
For 5 years.
Yeah, for 5 years. Now we've got something on the agenda and people know we're serious and they're starting to provide input saying, we don't know, we need this, we need that. And that's great. Thank you. And now we can move forward.
With that in mind, do you want to see the resolution in an edited version back on June 8th, which would be the normal county GSA meeting?
That'd be wonderful.
Okay, will do. Thank you.
Thank you so
I'm
much.
sorry.
Thank you.
Thank
It
you,
was a
everybody.
lot.
No, we need this. This is
No, this
huge.
is what
This
we
is
gotta
critical.
do.
This
Really
is, you know, it's critical that everybody here, and it's critical for our county. It's critical for our economy. It's huge. It's probably the number one thing,
Biggest.
you know, when it comes to
It's the
agriculture.
biggest thing we've done since.
Yeah. So thank you so much.
You.
Council, do we need to do anything in regards to this resolution or? just-
You can make a motion to table the item, Chair, if that's what your board decides to do, to a date that staff recommended. And then I would also add that when this comes back, if there's a sense of needing to adopt the resolution, there can also be options that are placed on the agenda, just something we can talk about later, but.
Move to table the item until June 8th with options.
Second.
Okay, we have motion and a second. Roll call vote.
Supervisor Frazier?
Yes.
Supervisor Rogers?
Yes.
Supervisor Gonzalez?
Yes.
Supervisor Wheeler?
Yes.
Chairman Poitras?
Yes.
The vote passes 5-0.
All right, very good. Everybody, I know that there's a lot of folks that have been waiting here for the 1383. I'd just like to apologize that we are now going to break for lunch. And because this is going to also be a long item, I know the presentation is going to be take quite a while. So
30
just in
minutes, 40,
itself.
30 minutes, 45
Well,
minutes,
I would say 45 minutes.
1:30.
Yeah. So
The
let's
taco
go-
truck's out here, right?
Perfect.
Yeah, the taco truck's there and
I'm gonna
so
eat.
forth. So we'll everybody back here about 1:30. Thank you. Good afternoon, everybody. We're going to open up the meeting again. There's a couple of supervisors missing, but we did talk, they will be here, and we talked about opening up at this time, so here we are. So let's go ahead and look at item 6C. This would be presentation of the first monthly report of employee transactions for the month of April 2021.
Good afternoon, Elba Gomez with Human Resources. So yes, Supervisor, this is just a presentation of the employee transactions that we're going to be bringing to the board on the last meeting of every month. It was requested by one of the board members, and we're just complying with our request. So starting in June, you'll just see them on the consent agenda. So I'm here to answer any questions you may have about the report.
Okay, very good. Any questions of Elba? Any questions from the public? Okay, yes, Supervisor.
Second. There, is that better?
Yes,
How many total employees we have now in Madera County?
I will get that information for you, Supervisor, and send that over to you. I don't have the total number right now because they change every month.
Okay,
So I know the last time we checked probably in January, but we had about 1,600.
16?
Yes, and that includes extra help as well.
Okay. Yeah, if you send that to me, extra help, full time, to break it down for me.
Yes.
Okay?
Oh, I do have one comment though. We are updating the departments in one solution, and so you'll see the different department names on here being updated in the next few months as well. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Much appreciated. Moving on to item 6D, update on COVID-19 and current vaccination administration status for Madera County residents. Dr. Paul.
Thank you very much, Chairman and members of the board. So I'm going to get started first with the issue about the CDC guidance and masks. That's obviously the main issue that everybody's been addressing this week. And basically, the CDC guidance is pretty great. It confirms what we've all been hoping, which is if you've been vaccinated, the vast majority of people will not get sick. Protects you from all the known variants, and the vaccine also, people who are vaccinated do not transmit the virus. So that's all incredible news, and it makes sense that people who are vaccinated, again, the vast majority really don't have much to worry about, do not need to be wearing masks, and do not need to do physical distancing. Then the question is, this is a pretty significant change. Do we want to roll it out in one day, or do we want to give businesses and people a week or two to figure out how to update the signage and how to protect their people who are not vaccinated yet? Or do we want to do what the Department of Public Health did, which was give us about 4 weeks until June 15th to enact the new mask guidance, which is what California has chosen to do. And the plus to that is it gives you another 3 or 4 weeks to hopefully vaccinate some more people, especially since the 12 to 15 eligibility group just opened up and they haven't really had a chance to get vaccinated yet. But surprisingly, this decision to change it in California on June 15th keeps getting reported as there are no changes to the mask guidance in California. Whereas if you take a step back, it's actually a pretty stunning change. If CDC had not come out with a recommendation and the California Department of Public Health had said on June 14th, not only are we rescinding the tier system, but we're also going to rescind all requirements for masking for people who are vaccinated, people would have thought this was a radical acceleration of the progression of moving towards unmasking in California. So yeah, it's a bit slower than other states are doing. It gives us a bit more time to get vaccinated, but the reality is in 3 or 4 weeks, there's going to be a significant change, and that's especially beneficial to the people who are vaccinated. And then the question is, yeah, but what about the people who are unvaccinated? How do they fit into all of this? And the other piece to this is, and what are businesses going to do with all the confusion, and people as well, residents, about the masking guidance, if the store is required or not. So the first thing, as far as what businesses should be doing, we've been trying to educate people that, sure, get up new signage that people know that, yeah, it's still required. Maybe have masks available for people who show up without them. But if it's an issue, we want people really to de-escalate things and avoid getting into any problems, right? If somebody's in the business and does not have a mask on, do not confront them. Keep your mask on, keep your distance. We really want to de-escalate things because there's a lot of confusion about there. And it's hard for the people on the front lines to be stuck trying to enforce a rapidly changing mask guidance. So basically, we want to get through the next 3 or 4 weeks until masks for vaccinated people thing is rescinded. So again, the other people we have to worry about are the unvaccinated, especially the people who are neither vaccinated nor have had COVID, because they really have no immunity to COVID at all. And our estimate now is that's about 30% of the population of Madera. It's just an estimate, 30 or 40%. To date, 45% of the eligible population has had 1 dose of the vaccine, and 34% of the eligible population in Madera is fully vaccinated. And another 20 or 30% have probably had COVID and have some immunity as well. Again, this is 30% of people who have no immunity, and probably another 20% who have not been vaccinated. And why are they kind of holding off, sitting on the fence? What's that all about? The vaccine hesitancy thing, what can we do about that? And I think there are kind of 3 reasons, or more, but 3 main ones are, some people are just waiting for when it's more convenient, right? I'm working 7 days a week, I don't know where to go, I don't have time to figure it out right now. Other people, they're worried about the side effects. Yeah, 200 million people have had it with no side effects, but I want to wait for another 200 million and maybe another 6 months of data. And then there's also people who are kind of thinking, well, everybody else gets vaccinated, maybe I don't have to because there's going to be no COVID around.
I've heard that too.
And so there's these 3 kinds of hesitancy. Can you convince people? Yeah, because you see it every day. If patients I've had or friends haven't been vaccinated, if they find out they have to travel overseas for family reasons to go to a wedding, if they have to go to Italy, Brazil, India, Mexico, all vaccine hesitancy disappears. They immediately want to get the vaccine now as quickly as possible before they travel. And so can we convince other people that they need to be getting vaccinated? And if you think about it, that's the message that isn't getting across. Because after June 14th, basically, in California, there's going to be widespread variants, no masks, no physical distancing. So people can be lulled into feeling they are not at much risk because they got through the last year without catching COVID. But now the stakes are getting significantly higher. So what can we do to try and get more of these people vaccinated? We're really hoping to be able to do that without, cases going up and people being convinced they're at risk that way to get vaccinated. And there's really 3 things we're doing. One is just to make it much easier. All of our clinics, even the fairground site, are all operating on a walk-in basis as well as appointments. So anybody can show up any day of the week to any of these sites to get vaccinated. We've had really good luck working with school sites. Like business sites, we might get, or other pop-up sites, we might just get 20 or 30 people. The school sites, we've had as many as 400, and often 150 to 200 is kind of more common. Kids will come, they'll bring their parents. That's been very successful. And we're willing to roll that out basically at any school that's interested throughout the county. And California has also picked up on that as a way to try to increase vaccination. And since I mentioned schools, just to make it clear, 100% of anybody under 18 has to have a parent or guardian consent, written consent, and it's obviously completely voluntary. So evenings and weekends as well. What else we can do? Anything we can sort of make it more fun, whether it's offering tacos or the next item on the agenda. When people come to school sites, Calviva has offered to donate money so that we could actually have anybody being vaccinated pick any school, club, sport, activity, art group, and donate $1 to that activity when they get their vaccine. And the other big thing that we're working on now is really trying to sort of close gaps between getting people to want the vaccine and then being able to get it. We're working with community-based organizations throughout Madera, 6 different ones. They may work mostly with ag workers, with the Mixteco population, African-American groups, homeless. And those groups will go out to these areas, reach out to their members and tell them and educate them about getting vaccinated. And you can convince somebody they want to get vaccinated while you're there talking to them. But if they have to get to somewhere else to get it the next day or the day after that or make an appointment, a lot of people just don't quite make it. We're actually working on trying to have sort of mobile teams. Instead of just a pop-up site, we can work with the CBO. They can go to an apartment building, and if anybody they can talk to there wants to get vaccinated, we'll have a site at the building and be able to vaccinate them at that point. And I've seen that in my own practice. Somebody will show up. They're kind of dubious about vaccinating. They'll agree to it. And if we had it there, they would get it right there. But if they have to come back the next day, I just kind of sense There's a good chance
Forget
it's
it.
not going to happen. And our case managers, even I had a patient like that. I don't think he was going to make it to the 2 buildings over, but she walked with him, took 2 minutes, got him there, and he got the vaccines. So we're really trying to get out more into the community to be able to get people out in those areas vaccinated. As far as other things, as far as where Madera's at, we're in the orange, right at the border of yellow. We have 2.1 cases per 100,000. 2.0 is the cutoff to move to yellow. But my guess is the timing is going to be about the same as when the tier system is retired on June 14th. But that's becoming less of a concern. But what is nice is the cases are low, and our testing positivity rate is also extremely low at 1.5%, which would put us firmly in the yellow. I can answer questions now or move on to the Calviva thing, the next item. Want me to keep on going?
Okay, Supervisor Frazier.
If you go in the community, it looks like we're in yellow already anyway, which is fine. So we can't lift our mask guidance until California lifts theirs.
Yeah, so we have never had anything more restrictive than the state health officer order for masks. And that the only thing they've said is vaccinated people do not have to wear masks outdoors, which I don't think that many people were doing in this area anyway anymore. That was more relevant to cities. So yeah, their guidance is what we're under, and that ends on June 14th.
Okay, so for the, now that you can do a vaccine from 12 to 16, you need to bring in a child's birth certificate to show that they're 12. No, just sign the waiver.
We're pretty much following what, schools send stuff home and have the parents sign it and bring it back. So we've been pretty comfortable with that system in the school settings.
Okay, and then just the last, at some point, we're never going to get to 100% vaccination, right? So at some point, people, as long as the vaccine is available, it doesn't cost anything, everybody can get it. It's a personal choice, and we're not going to force anybody to take it. It just however it fits into their life, if they want it or need it for other things. And I don't know how much. I mean, I've never seen so much about one thing ever in my life. It's out everywhere. If you don't know it or know where to get it now, we're obviously far from the days of everyone lining up to get it. If it's, I just don't know when we stop pushing it out there. I think it's out there.
Yeah, and that's the sense is part of the reason for the CDC changed the guidance is if people who want to get vaccinated can, they're protected. If somebody doesn't want to get vaccinated, that's their choice. There are some issues around the board. Obviously young kids can't get vaccinated, immunosuppressed, but you can't hold up everything in the society for smaller groups. You have to kind of balance risks. So that's kind of the feeling now. On the other hand, yeah, we know people have decided not to get the vaccine, but people are still getting vaccinated. And I think with a bit of a push, we can get, more people sort of interested and able to get vaccinated. And that helps everybody, not just them, but also, prevents more cases in the hospital and stuff like that. So I agree. Anybody who really wanted the vaccine now could get it. It's available as a walk-in at the fairgrounds, at all of our sites. Not everybody has, with making it a bit easier and a bit more convincing. Honestly, I think what will help the most is when it's available in people's doctor's offices. A lot of people, I've heard a lot, I don't know what to believe. If their doctor says, yeah, well, this is what your situation is and you should really get it, then they get it. We're trying to get that to increase with getting more practices on board.
And are there any studies for effects on kids? I mean, obviously there's no long-term.
There's no long-term for anything, right? Because
Yeah.
all of the vaccines are just 6 to 9 months out. The thing also people don't remember with that, there's also no long-term studies on having had COVID. And my guess is we all get over it eventually, just like other illnesses. But a lot of the concerns about side effects you could have with the vaccine, you could have that times 100 with COVID, right? Like blood clots are 1 in a million with the vaccine. And that's, I think I was saying a couple of weeks ago, if you have COVID, it's, 20% of people can get blood clots if they're hospitalized. So, so the risks of COVID are obviously much higher than the vaccine. In kids, they have shorter term studies and the kids have all done fine, 100% efficacy, but yeah, it's 1 or 2,000 kids. The more sensitive thing is pregnant women. They haven't seen any problems to the mother or to the fetus and the child. So if you're going to see something going wrong, that would probably be where you'd see it most likely. And, there haven't been many vaccines where you've seen problems in kids that wouldn't appear in adults as well. So there's not a lot of reason to think there would be issues with kids. And they're doing, for some other kids, those studies are underway now.
And if someone had COVID and then single dose of one of the 2-dose ones, would that I mean, they would have a certain level of antibodies. Wouldn't that mean that they're fully vaccinated, or does it still need to have that second shot to?
Yeah, so two things. A lot of people, if I've had COVID, what's my risk? And actually, we don't even recheck people for the first 3 months because we don't think anybody's going to catch it in 3 months. And there's studies coming out that if you're under 65, you have about 80% efficacy out to 6 to 9 months of preventing COVID. If you're over 65, it's about 40%. They don't know how good the protection is against some of the variants. So having COVID obviously gives people some immunity. We don't quite know how much. We don't quite know how long it works, how long it lasts. We also don't know how long it lasts after the vaccine. So we still recommend people get vaccinated. 40% if you're over 65 is not 100%, which you could probably get to if you got vaccinated. So we definitely recommend it for people who have had COVID. One shot, there's evidence that that would be enough, but there's no clinical trials where they've done that with 1,000 people versus 2 doses for the other 1,000 to see who's likely to get COVID. So we still recommend 2, but my guess is some of the reason we're not seeing people coming back for the second shots is because they had COVID, they got 1 dose, and they figure, you know, I've read about this and I think I'm probably protected, which they may be, but there just isn't a lot of data to show that.
Thank you. That's all for me.
Supervisor Wheeler.
Yeah, thank you. You said we're 2.1 average. Is the chances we might get that by next Tuesday, lower than that 2.0?
We could. The problem now is a few cases bumps you up, right? So on the current trajectory, yes, we will be below 2.0 or below next week. But, you know, if you get an outbreak of 5 cases, that bumps us up again. That's always been the problem.
Friday we had 10, and that.
Yeah.
Does it run from Monday to Monday?
I think they actually calculate it every single day, and they just decide based on what the number is Monday night. So today it's 2.1. Yesterday it was like 2.
Oh, okay. Thank you. Great job, buddy.
Jay Varney.
And there's, to add on to Supervisor Frazier's question, if you recall, the last time we went through a meeting of the minds on masking between Cal OSHA and CDPH, it took at least 2 weeks for Cal OSHA and CDPH to get on board with each other. So just a reminder to the board that as an employer, we have to follow what the OSHA guidelines are. We did have a few incidents of OSHA reporting on behalf of other people alleging certain behaviors in the county, and we successfully defended all those. So we'd like to, as much as we'd like to ditch our masks, we want to stick with the OSHA guidelines until they come out. Supposedly, they're meeting Thursday, so perhaps they will give us an even more optimistic timeline than CDPH, and we can move forward and get rid of these. So I just wanted to give that as an update. Thank you.
Okay, very good. If there's no other questions from my colleagues, are there any comments from the public regarding this item? Hearing none and seeing none, let's move on to item 6C.
We have one.
We have a public comment.
Is this the time that I can ask a question?
This is in regards to the update on COVID-19 and the current vaccination
Yes.
status. Okay.
Thank you. I'm sorry. I'm having so many audio problems today. I have a question. I missed half
Name?
of what was said at the beginning. My name is Sue O'Connor from Oakhurst. I missed half of what was said because the mic was muted on the audio at the first part of the presentation, so I apologize if this was addressed. There are some efforts in other counties to provide vaccine status information for the purpose of allowing people to participate in events and or venues. Is that anything that the County of Madera is looking at doing?
No, and if you look nationwide, most businesses and states are going with sort of the honor system is what they end up referring it to as that it's not practical to be having the people at the front door of the restaurant screen people's medical history for if they're vaccinated or not. And except for unusual situations like in international travel, there's a fair chance that most people will settle on basically the honor system. You know, if you're vaccinated, you don't need to wear a mask. If you're unvaccinated, you should. How well people will comply with that is hard to know, and whether CDPH will come up with some other guidance or recommendation for checking people's vaccination status, I do not know. But I personally think that's probably the only practical way to go. It can raise issues in workplace settings where somebody may know somebody is not vaccinated, but they are not wearing a mask, and then how do you resolve that? But I think cross that bridge when we get to it.
Okay, very good. Thank you. Any other public comments? Hearing and seeing none, we will now move on to item 6C. This is regarding COVID-19 vaccination promotion school fundraiser.
Yeah, and this just blurs into the other one. Where I was saying to try and increase vaccination rates, we've done great with school sites. Calviva has offered to support as a fundraising effort for the schools, donating $1 to the club or sport of your choice when you get your shot. It doesn't use any government funds, county funds. It's purely funded by them. My guess is we'll be lucky to get 5,000 or 10,000 people through this program. Despite it budgeting, I think they set up to 75,000.
Okay, very good. Any questions regarding this particular program? Any comments from the public? All right, I will accept the motion for action.
Move to approve.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to,
Tom.
yeah.
Oh, sorry.
Yep.
You'd ask who seconded it. That
Oh,
was
okay.
much, without my mask, I'm much louder than I normally was. And
All right, very good. Well, let's go to a roll call vote.
Supervisor Rogers?
Yes.
Supervisor Wheeler?
Yes.
Supervisor Frazier?
Yes.
Supervisor Gonzalez?
Yes.
Chairman Poitras?
Yes.
Vote passes 5-0.
Very good.
Thank you
Thank
very
you
much.
so much. Very
Thank you,
good.
buddy.
Okay, item 6F. This is the annual solid waste program update.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Matt Treber, Chief of Development Services. As Jared Carter and John Carlton are there getting set up, I thought I'd do a little introduction. They've got a pretty lengthy PowerPoint presentation that you'll hear from a number of folks on the solid waste side of the shop. I did want to also let the board know that at the end of the presentation there, I did want to provide some input as to the SB 1383 and our June 1st hearing on that item and some potential options the board may have at that hearing, public hearing. So with that, I'm going to pass it off to Jared, and it looks like we almost timed that just about right. So.
Thank you, Matt. Good afternoon, Chairman, members of the board. Jared Carter with Public Works. We have with us today John Carlton, our solid waste consultant, along with representatives from Tetra Tech, who is one of our other consultants on the engineering and landfill gas, and also our haulers for the valley and mountain areas, Red Rock and Emadco. As Matt mentioned, this is our annual update to the board on the solid waste program. And so we'll be going through various things related to the solid waste program, and it will include discussion on SB 1383, as was mentioned earlier this morning. So some of the things we're going to go over today, talk about the challenges and achievements of the program. We'll give a chance for our franchise haulers to talk about some of their activities. We'll talk a little bit about the engineering and landfill gas, go through the financial review and where we're at with that, and then of course at the end we'll talk about 1383. So as far as achievements, notable achievements, obviously COVID-19 has had an impact on many things this year, including solid waste. But, you know, proud to say and happy to say that we were able to work through our haulers who did an amazing job keeping all the services activated and working throughout the pandemic, and really no interruption to service. We've also been able to successfully hire a solid waste manager who you may have met before, Boom Putavong here, who will speak in a little bit. And then, of course, work on the SB 1383 implementation, including the mandatory collection. We've also, you'll hear more about the financials, but in essence, we've been able to successfully finance or fund most of the programs in terms of what's been planned for the solid waste service. Paleontology, we were able to complete cataloging of all the fossils that have been removed from the landfill over the last, well, gosh, almost 10 years, I believe. And those are now going to be accessioned and moved to a paleontology museum. We also actually just yesterday met with the librarian, and we'll be able to put some of those fossils on display over there at the library for the public. So excited about that. In terms of enforcement agencies, no violations or anything received from any of the agencies that oversee the permitting and various activities of the landfill operation and solid waste. And special programs we were able to utilize, including the used oil payment program, city county payment, and our household hazardous waste. So with that, I'm going to let Boom take some time to go through a couple of those programs and just give some highlights of those.
Good afternoon. Boom Putavong with Public Works Solid Waste Management.
Can you maybe take your mask off, because I didn't hear any of it.
Yeah.
And it's turned on, right?
Yes.
Move it towards you a little closer.
Okay. Thank you. Again, it's Boom Putavong, Solid Waste Manager with Madera County Public Works Department. One of the things that Jared mentioned is the grants that we received from CalRecycle. It's granted to local governments who apply for and also receive up to $5,000 to $10,000 for the use of to utilize the funds for public education on how to properly dispose of used oil and used oil filters, and also to promote those used oil locations in the county of Madera. So recently there are 14 collection centers. That's the list that's on there, and it's also posted on our website as well. So, and one of the promotions that this grant assists us is in purchases of used oil containers, some brochures, and other small items to promote recycling and prevention of illegal dumping. Yeah, I just want to touch a little bit on the household hazardous waste event. We have a permanent event, a facility in Fairmead Landfill in Chachilla. So that's open Monday through Friday and also Saturday. So the public can dispose of the used oil there. That's on a daily basis. On Saturdays, they open 9 to 1 for any household hazardous waste. That's, for example, pool chemicals and pesticides, or any automotive fluids or anything that they have, especially electronic waste. So just want to announce real quick is the household hazardous waste event that we are having in Yosemite High School in Oakhurst on June 12th. So the flyer is posted on our website and it's also shared with our departments also. So that's going to be on June 12th, 2021 for the mountain community. And I know we didn't have this last year, so we anticipate to have a good turnout for this. And that concludes my presentation. Thank you.
You're not done yet.
Not done yet? Oh.
So one of the other activities that we were able to participate in is the creek fire incident. The county did take delivery of debris from that cleanup effort at the landfill for those structures and those properties that were affected by the creek fire in eastern Madera County. And I don't know if you have the numbers, Boom, of exactly how much, but I believe it was somewhere around
1,200 tons right now. That's from April 5th to now. All quick fire debris.
How much was it?
It's about 1,200 tons.
And I believe there was about 34 properties or residents that were affected that were cleaned up through the Cal Recycle contract, which was coordinated with our operator and the county to get that to the landfill, and also help from our environmental health folks. So.
Thank you.
Good.
All right, so moving on to some of the notable challenges, and obviously COVID is a challenge, but since we already talked about that and what we were able to do with that, I didn't list that here as a challenge. Some of the other challenges are our landfill disposal space, which you'll hear more about in a little bit, one of the engineering topic, but essentially we're starting to fill to pretty significant capacity in several areas of the landfill. So we'll be, looking to expand and also make room for the waste stream that's going to be growing as developments and things take place in the county. Illegal dumping is continue to be an issue throughout the county. I believe that is the second highest service request that we get in our service request system. And I won't tell you what number one is because I'm sure you can guess what it is. And then obviously 1383 and all that comes with that is something that's been a challenge as we work through that and trying to figure out how to implement the programs and things necessary to comply with those regulations. And again, we'll talk about some of that here in a little bit. With that, I'm going to go ahead and turn it over to our franchise haulers, and I believe Red Rock would be up first to speak.
Good afternoon. I'm Keith Hester, and I am the general manager for Cagley Environmental, which encompasses Red Rock Environmental. So we do have a slide presentation up here. You can see, first of all, on the safety and technology side, and safety has and always will be our number one priority. What we want to do is make sure that our folks are fully protected, fully trained. At the end of the day, at the end of the evening, the end of their shift, they go home to their families. It's extremely important to us. And that's been a big part of our culture. And that safety culture remains very strong. Advanced technology also helps with that safety culture, and also helps create efficiencies and do much better things for our customers as well. So some of those things that we highlighted on this slide. Number one, we installed this Samsara and Third Eye for enhanced fleet safety. What that basically is, it's a camera system. It's also a GPS tracking. So we know where our drivers are. We know if there's any particular incidents or whatever, we can see them in real time. You mentioned GPS for location tracking. Drive cam, harsh and braking, swerving. The driver, for some reason, has to hit the brakes really hard or is taking a curve too fast. We're going to get an alert. And then we can go to real time and see exactly what happened. So we can have a very significant training event with our employee to let them know we saw it. We need to take the appropriate action. Sometimes it plays in our favor too. They had to hit the brakes hard because somebody pulled out in front of them. It also, helps our employees as well. So we have a 360-degree view of our truck. That's part of that Third Eye, so we can see all around. This is a really cool stat. We've had another year of 0 major vehicle accidents added to the record of 0. So 0 plus 0 is really good, 2 years in a row of not having any major vehicle accidents. And not a single AOC or NOV in over 35 regulatory inspections at our Fairmead landfill and our North Fork transfer station. And that's really attributed to Justin Raymond and his team, and what a great job they've done in caring for your assets. Next slide is customer service. So what we did in 2020, we added a director of collections operations. His name is Rob Emerson. He was in the crowd earlier and he had to leave. He has about 35 years in the industry. As you know, I came from another company and shamefully stole him away from that company. And he is over all of our collections operations, both at our Fresno operation and here, and has just done a phenomenal job. We also saw the need with SB 1383. We had to have a quality recycling coordinator to be dedicated to you, to Madera County. And that's Annie Marie Shelton. So Annie, this is Annie Marie Shelton. She is going to be the face of our company when it comes to all things SB 1383, 1826, and all that other stuff. But she's amazing. She's well educated, and quite frankly, I've learned a lot from her. And any questions that may arise, we're going to stuff her up here at the podium. So what we've seen after Annie has joined us, 28 to 54% for commercial generators and diversion, 56 to 89% for multifamily locations as she's visited these and seen what the activities are. SB 1383, we've worked hard on the mandatory organics recycling collection with Jared and John and Boom and all their team. We had nearly 300 courtesy pickups provided in 2020 and 0 service interruptions during that COVID-19 pandemic. So very, very excited about that. Community. Red Rock doesn't just work in this community, but we are a part of this community. So we added clothing recycling containers at the Fairmead landfill, and they're free for the residents to use. Instead of just chucking them in the trash, we found another way to recycle more material and make it easy and convenient. Coordination of the creek fire debris that was already discussed, and the North Fork evacuation. Partnership with the Fossil Discovery Center. We've assisted with their strategic operation through the pandemic, brought unity through the Center of Madera County, and the paleontologist. Boy, thanks for putting that word in there,
Yeah.
Justin.
Don't worry,
Monitors.
I can't say it either.
Yeah, for excavation efforts. And we are a major supporter and contributor in the Mammoth Orange project. So this list could go on and on and on. These are just some of the highlights that, and again, I'll just say it again, we feel like we're a partner with Madera County, not just a service provider for you. And I believe that was my last slide that I officially put up there. We have had some challenges though, and I'll just say this, drivers, getting employees. It's getting more and more and more and more challenging to get folks to come to work, to find them. Getting equipment, procurement of trucks, carts, long timelines to do that. So we're facing some challenges in our industry, and it's not just here, it's globally. And I'll just kind of end with this. I just want to say thank you. And we, as a company, we sincerely mean that. We thank you for the trust you have in us to be your service provider and to be a partner in this community. We truly feel blessed to be a part of this community. So thank you very much. And I do have Richard Caglia and Justin Raymond in the audience as well. If there are any questions that you have that I can't field, they certainly could do so.
Have you got a card? Business card?
In my truck up in the third parking lot.
Can you give me one too, right now? No, just kidding.
Yeah, thanks a lot. Yeah, it's hold this. You got a quarter, right?
You just take one of mine and email your contacts to me.
Okay.
Right here.
I absolutely will. Is there anything else I can answer for you? Thanks so much. Appreciate it.
Appreciate it, Keith.
Thank you, Keith. Yeah, and I would just echo that, it has been a pleasure working with Red Rock and their team. They're very responsive and definitely engaged and involved with what's going on with this county, so appreciate that. So next up, we'll have a Madco, who is our mountain franchise hauler, and I believe Ashley Smith is going to speak on behalf of Madco.
Good afternoon, supervisors and staff. I'd like to thank you guys for giving us the opportunity to speak today. Madco, like Red Rock, very similar in what the two companies do. One's picking up above 1,000 feet, one's below. We're proud to say during 2020 is probably the most challenging year that we've experienced picking trash up, navigating through precautionary COVID, measures that we had to put in place to keep our staff safe, to protect ourselves from having a mass outbreak, but then still being able to collect the trash and recycling, which didn't happen in a lot of counties, and states around the country weren't able to implement recycling. So for Red Rock and Amadco to achieve that during 2020 and have zero service interruptions, we're quite proud of that.
Yeah.
Few other achievements that that we had during the year that I think is very beneficial for the county. One of the main ones we're doing now is we've partnered with Minarets High School, and we are conducting an annual senior project, which is a non-hazardous waste collection event. So the items that we're accepting at that event is used mattresses, tires, dry cell batteries, and a lot of e-waste. That started in 2019, and then this year we followed all the precautions that we could to keep all the students safe. There's a picture up there on the board right now with most of the senior projects, and then the shadow on each side is Jared, who was nice enough to come out there on the day, and then that's me on the right side. But we filled a bye-bye mattress 53-foot semi-trailer and several roll-offs of tires and mattresses that you just know are going to end up on the side of the highway if people don't get the assistance to get rid of those kind of products, because some of those items are expensive to get rid of. And partnering with the county with that's now become a senior legacy project for the Minaret students. So we feel that's quite the success. We too, like Red Rock, also have the same camera system. It's a wonderful device. It keeps our drivers in check. We can monitor them at all time. We can look at the end of the day in 8 hours if they went red on the speed, and for 1 second, it's going to let you know that they were speeding, or like Keith said, if there's a sharp braking incident, there's an eye on the driver as well to make sure their seatbelts on, they're not distracted. So it's a wonderful tool. It protects us, it protects the county from some of the incidences that they experience out there. We did have one example where we actually submitted film to the Sheriff's Department from a police shooting that we got on one of our cameras. So we're proud to say we helped out on an investigation there out the front of the Jumba Juice or whatever, no, Deli Delicious down there on 41 when they had that incident there. Few other things we did. We partnered with Subaru and did a whole collective amount of school visits to the elementary schools in Oakhurst, discussing outreach, basic recycling outreach and education there. So that was quite successful. Can't quite read some of those other ones there, so I'll go off my little note here. We've also conducted monthly outreach and education events for the upcoming organic program that needs to be implemented in 2022, helping locals come in, meet us in the car park. We do the first Friday of every month, and anyone from the public's welcome to come in and discuss any recycling questions they have. So that's actually ended up being quite a successful monthly event to have on last day, Friday. Tom Wheeler attended one of them, which was good to have with one of the state representatives. So he brought along there. We also did major cleanups, just as part of what we do. I mean, we pick up trash. We're pretty good at it. So when we're asked to do cleanup events, we do them. We did a lot of cleanup events with the Sheriff's Department of Homeless Encampments. They're not more of the more fun ones to do, but we like to think that we're helping making a difference in the community when we do that. Another thing we did too, and we handled the Madera County side of the Creek Fire, which encompassed probably 200 debris bins for Cal Recycle for all their encampments that they had. And then while we were doing that towards the end of 2020, we also provided spoiled food dumpsters at various locations for everyone that lost power. And then we also had some pretty significant cleanups at Bass Lake before they opened it up for where the bears had decided to come through and wreak havoc. It looked like a war zone up there with no one being in there for a few weeks, with people leaving their trash out on trash day, and then all got closed up. So there was a lot of boots on the ground from AMADCO staff this year, and I couldn't be prouder of the guys that work for us. We have a great bunch of people with what's coming up down the pipeline there. We're hoping that we can get an extra amount of staff added on that are as good or better than the people we have. But it's going to be quite a challenge in the next year or so, jumping up and providing the service for the organic collection and doing all the reporting. It's no small measure what the state's asking the haulers in the county to do, and I don't think that can be overlooked.
All right, thank you, Ashley. Any question for AMADCO? Yeah, and I did want to shout out to them during the pandemic, and most of you know we had some pretty significant rushes of people coming to the Bass Lake and mountain areas to get away from the cities, and ended up with significant amount of trash left all over the place, and they really did step up and help out with getting that stuff cleaned up, so appreciate that. All right, moving on, we're going to talk about some landfill engineering, and we have
Just one thing real quick. I just wanted to say we've been getting quite a few people. I know I've talked to Ashley and I've talked to our sheriff and Jay and our lawyer about it. People dumping their garbage in other people's dumpsters, or our county library dumpsters, or Oakhurst Park. We've caught 2 or 3 of them, so we write them little letters to remind them that same thing as stealing. Been happening quite a bit. Some of these people, I guess they don't think about it, and they put their mail and stuff in it. One of them was a bank statement. I just got a picture of it yesterday. So I want to thank you, Madco, for helping clean some of that up, and you don't charge us.
Did they have any money in the bank?
Huh?
Did they have any money in the bank?
I don't know. I got a picture
Not
of the
after,
envelope.
not after Tom got a hold of the picture.
We find them. Thank you. Sorry, buddy.
no problem. Yeah, so we have here with us Caleb Moore from Tetra Tech. He's going to talk a little bit about the landfill engineering and some of the gas collection service at the landfill.
Pardon me, but when is the proper time to make a comment regarding the plan for the 1383? I thought this was the time.
This is the presentation, and we're going through the presentation, and once we gather all the information, then we're going to open it up for public comment. The reason we do that is because many times during the presentation, there may be a question that's answered.
Of course, I understand. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
All right, take it away, Caleb.
Thanks, Jared. Again, my name is Caleb Moore. I'm a principal engineer with Tetra Tech. I'm just sorry, I'm tall.
That'll go up. The table will go up.
Oh, the table goes up.
Short people.
I don't know. Is that good? All right, there we go. All the advantages of being tall are over when you're 18.
Yeah.
As Jared mentioned, I'm going to cover what's some of the highlights from the engineering and compliance at the Fairmead landfill over the last year. The first thing, as Jared mentioned earlier, and I'm sorry, seated to my left here is Matt Hilo, one of our landfill gas engineers and project managers, who could help me with any of the landfill gas questions. So let's go to that first slide. So as you can see here, we have, regulatorily speaking, there's 4 units in the Fairmead landfill. We won't bore you with all those excruciating details, but as you can see, it's being filled up. Units 1, 2, and 3 are partially constructed and permitted to accept waste. The rest of Unit 3 needs to be constructed, and all of Unit 4. And right now that you're about 60, 70% filled. Actually, in Unit 3, you're about 80% filled of the actual constructed airspace. That's 20% of the regulatorily allowed airspace, but you're 80% of the constructed airspace. And for a lot of reasons, operational, financial, regulatory, it's not to your advantage to fill it all the way to the top. You want to leave a nice lift to the end because there's some financial implications if you don't do that. So you're really about 80, 90% there right now for the next construction event, which is what we're going to talk about next. Over the last year, we've designed, permitted, bid out, and selected a contractor for the next phase. That next phase is in that south east corner. Kind of looks like a tomahawk there, and then in that south, and then in that little island piece, that's a basin there. So there's some excess excavation that'll happen there. There's a road which will help with safety and circulation of the site, a stockpile, another basin which will be on the northeast corner, and a perimeter berm which has been kind of delayed just to help with capital at the site, which are also going to be constructed for landfill gas and drainage purposes to make sure it's a non-discharge site. So there's a lot of activity that's going to be happening over the next 6 months, and from what Jared explained to me, you'll be seeing the approval of that contract here shortly within the next month for that selected contractor to go fulfill this work. And it'll take about we're guesstimating between 4 and 6 months for this work to happen, and then you'll have a brand new cell to start filling in from the very bottom. And a lot of other great advantages, but I'll spare you the engineered talk. So go to the next.
Yeah, one other thing I want to point out too is part of this contract is we will be installing a fence completely around the entire perimeter of the landfill. Currently, the northeast section of the landfill does not have fence around it, so that's another important thing for us to be able to secure the site and eliminate any issues with that. So.
Thank you. Let's go to the next one after that. 2020 and 2021, there was several things. We are in charge, or we're on contract to maintain compliance and do some minor installations of landfill gas wells and tuning your field and different things like that. There are some new source performance standards out there which have some implications. We're going to talk about that and some different other air regulations which will affect the way you want to probably manage the budget and some of the controls at the site. There is a plan that was submitted in 2020, and we're still waiting response from the regulators. We did inspect the wells at the site, and just these wells are plastic wells, and you have waste that goes up, and that the waste differentially settles. These wells will happen just through normal wear and tear. They'll pinch off and not be effective anymore. So you'll need to be consistently updating or reinstalling new wells at your site to pull out the landfill gas and maintain compliance. And there's about 30 wells that have been identified to be replaced. You've had no notice of violations, and you've updated your surface emission monitoring, which is very important to maintain compliance. And some of those plans have been submitted to the Air District, and will be submitted to the Air District by July, and they're in a draft stage right now. There were 6 wells replaced in last year. Let's go to the next slide. One of the things that Jared and his team has asked us to revisit the landfill gas to energy study, and I know you guys are familiar with this. Because of the changing regulations that are happening, and if you look over 2 more columns, there is a new regulatory statute out there to have the lowest emissions flare, and so that would cause some money and some things to go into the financial equation for that. So we have revisited that landfill gas to energy study. It's in draft form right now. It's been submitted to the county. We expect it to be submitted in its final form within about a month. And if you guys could, have that and review it at that time, we will take into consideration the regulatory, like I said, the regulatory drivers that would cost. We're also taking a look at any of the grants that are out there. As you can see, you can push on the balloon on some of these studies, and in a couple years later, it might make sense. But we're working on that right now. We'll have that to you soon. We're looking to install 14 new wells and replace 16 wells next year. Some of those wells we're trying to delay installing until Red Rock finishes operations in that area so that we can take maximum advantage of that. We're working very closely with them on that. And then after the construction of that perimeter berm, which we just talked about, there is going to be a perimeter gas system put in there. It'll be a redundant system or a system you're going to need because if it gets pinched off on one side, it's basically like having a loop system for like a water system. You don't want to just have one line. You want to have a loop system for electricity and water. So the same thing with the landfill. I think that's it. Is there any questions?
Just a quick one. What was your measure of the, you know what the measure of the methane was?
On the percent?
Yeah.
What are we getting right now, Matt? We're about 40% methane.
So we're getting close to being able to harvest that for commercial purposes.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah. And there's a lot of different ways to clean up that, but then they cost money, and it's all, again, you have to, lots of little pieces of that balance, you got to figure that out. So.
Right. Thank you.
Is that it?
Yeah, and as Caleb mentioned, that we've asked them to update that study and look at that. There are some other newer options that have come out as far as landfill gas to energy that have been options that we can look at. So when we get that report, we'll definitely be bring it to the board for discussion. All right, so now moving on to the financial review and rates, and I'm going to turn it over to John Carlton to take the helm here.
Thank you, Jared. Good to see you all. Years ago, the board wrestled a little bit financially with this operation, and so they set a number of goals to try to maintain financially for the operation. One was, and we're just going to review, what those goals were and where things stand. So the first was to make sure you had an operating reserve. In the past, at one point, you actually had to borrow from the general fund to float landfill operations and then paid that back as a loan. We recommended having at least $1.5 million in the bank at any time, just as an operating reserve. Second is, landfill cells, especially the landfill cells, is the biggest capital expense at the landfill, aside from possibly the gas system. And, it comes in phases. You can have a big chunk this year. It's going to be about $3 million. And then in a few years down the road, it's going to be a little more. You also have gas system expansions. But we wanted to try to anticipate those, model them out, and pre-fund them so you don't have to borrow money. And so that was a goal that was established. You wanted to make sure you had adequate, just ongoing funding for your both your capital and operating costs. And your current budget this year, looking at going in, is about $9 million. So that was one of the goals. And lastly, at the end of the life of this landfill, which is around the late 2040s, you wanted to make sure there's enough money in a escrow account so that the ratepayers or taxpayers of this county aren't saddled with any costs associated with the post-closure care and maintenance of the site. And that's about $13.4 million you need to have in the bank, ready to roll by the time the landfill closes and no more revenues come in. So I'm happy to say that, as of April 2021, we do have, $6.7 million in operating reserves. You're going to pull a lot of that down, and we'll show you how that model will look. You do have enough money currently in your pro forma to be able to fund all of your pre-fund capital. You're going to be able to fund your operations going forward over at least the next 5 years. And you're starting to put additional money into your post-closure care funds. About $200,000 a year will go out of your operating accounts. It's actually in your budget to fund that escrowed closure. The board had made a resolution several years ago, I think in 2016 possibly, that rather than having to do rate adjustments from time to time to keep up with inflation, you adjust change rates at the landfill, the flat rates as well as the contract rates by the CPI. CPI depends on what, what term you're looking at. We've had pretty big adjustments recently in CPI, but for the purposes of this calculation, we're looking at a 1.6% CPI. That was February of 2021 over February of 2020. Again, the last few months it's been going up substantially, but at least for this period, we're looking at about a 1.6% rate in the public rates for, this is non-contract rates for the use of both the North Fork and the Fairmead landfill as of January 1st or July 1st, 2021. As far as I know, there's no board action needed for that. That's just something you've already approved in the past resolution. Because of having to do the Prop 218 votes and everything else, we wanted to be able to establish maximum rates that would be in place for January 1st of next year for SB 1383. Both haulers have agreed not to do any rate adjustments as of July 1st. So there will be no, all customers, commercial and residential customers in the county that get collection service are not going to see any fee adjustment this year whatsoever. The haulers, because there is some adjustments in there, the CPI and fuels has gone up over the past year. Those are factored into those 2022 rates, January 1st. And one thing we're going to do is that we're going to change the effective rate adjustment date to January 1st moving forward. One thing we wanted to do, as the board knows, we don't want to hit the public with more than one rate increase in any given year. It complicates things. It confuses the public. So going forward, January 1st will be the date that we'll do rate changes. So we'll probably may even change the workshop, to maybe a fall workshop instead of a spring workshop. We usually try to time this to prep you for any rate adjustments that would happen in July. Now that we're going to be changing things in January, maybe we'll do something in the fall instead. We'll talk about that. But we're still trying to keep on to a policy of one rate adjustment, if any, in any given year. So one of the things that we support the county with is trying to model out your operations, your financial operations from the landfill, as well as the county operations, the transfer operations, et cetera. We do it as like a P&L statement, and we've modeled this out here. As one thing you'll see is if you look at it has revenues, it has expenses, operating capital in total, and your net revenue, which if you look over the next 5 years is all red, meaning all losses. Now you have $6.7 million in the bank right now. We've been anticipating this for some time, so it will draw down those reserves. And so we're going to keep watching this over the next number of years. It gets down to about 1.1 million in the 5th year, but never goes below zero. So at this point, we're not looking to do any rate adjustments besides the CPI that we've talked about at the facilities. You'll see there's the closure fund contribution of $200,000. It's something we're recommending. So again, you're not saddling future generations with the post-closure care cost of the landfill. So that is that. So we'll talk a little bit about SB 1383 as well. And, this is a little bit of a refresher. You've seen these slides over and over again, but, it's just important to kind of understand that this is a state law that we're all responding to. And the implementation dates of this law are 2022, January 1st, where a number of things have to be in place. The most significant of that is making sure that you are providing organics collection services to all residents and businesses. Now, Cal Recycle is saying that those services must be mandatory except as exempted by either high elevation or low population. We've already talked about the mandatory areas, but that's something that's still being fought through with some counties with the state in terms of whether it should be mandatory. But because of the way the county has approached this so far, that's not a battle we're having with the county or with the state. You have to establish edible food recovery programs. Part of this is to make sure that recoverable edible food can go to those in need, food banks, areas that can use food. And it's not to say that the residents, this is all going to come from businesses or institutions. It's not going to be the residents are going to set aside a nice apple for someone to pick up and take to someone who needs it. There's a lot of education and outreach that has to happen. You've heard a little bit about, Red Rock hiring a new, recycling coordinator, the meet and greets that Imadco is doing. It's going to even become more intensive than that as we try to talk to residents and businesses as to how this legislation will impact them. The county will have to do some procurement. We'll eventually come to you this year with a proposed procurement policy and compliant with this, which means you have to buy things like organic materials like mulch or compost for parks or landscaping or whatever. There's things of that nature, or fuels, CNG if you have that, if they're made from organic sources. And capacity planning is part of this, and we're relying right now on out-of-county facilities to support our current operations, and there may be changes to that, but right now that's what the plan is. In 2024 is when the county must start enforcing the rules. So the county is going to have to update its ordinance. We're going to probably be recommending that at some point during this year to make sure the ordinance is all in place, but in that will be some type of enforcement measures for the county to take non-compliant residents and businesses if they're not fulfilling the requirements of SB 1383. There's a number of things that we have proposed as the path to compliance. The first was developing these mandatory rate zones and rates. There's some details there, 11,000 parcels in the Mountain franchise, about 16,000 parcels in the Valley franchise. We're all talking about a 3-cart service, a bundled 3-cart service. So, in order to make things simple and efficient, having an a la carte service would be very difficult to implement. So we are proposing a bundled 3-cart service, a recycling cart or trash cart and an organics cart. The Prop 218 noticing has been issued. The maximum rates have been put out there. We're talking. I know there's a board meeting being that there will, a hearing on June 1st at this point. And so that's the hearing, and then there's the preparation for the start of service. So once the hearing is placed and franchise agreements are signed, the haulers will begin buying the trucks and the carts, begin hiring the people and conducting outreach in order to be able to execute their duties as of January 1st, 2022. And there are long lead times to these things. Everyone, if you can imagine, this is a state law for January 1st, 2022. There's only so many carts and trucks out there. There's only so many drivers out there. You're already seeing, the haulers talking about challenges with hiring drivers. I think it's going to be even a bigger challenge. So that's part of the challenges. You've seen these maps. This is the map of the Mountain franchise with about 6 different zones, the collection zones that are mandatory. Those are outlined in yellow. These are the rates, the present rate, proposed maximum rate, the rate adjustment, and the portion that's associated with 1383. Commercial rates are also going to be bundled. It's not like you have to have a trash, you have to have a recycling, you have to have an organic service. They can mix and match depending on their needs. It's going to be multiple days per week they get service. It's a type of container. It will all depend on their needs. The Valley franchise is one contiguous proposed mandatory zone outlined here in yellow. The cities of Chowchilla and Madeira are not part of the franchise. They have their own, SB 1383 compliance. Then again, there's about 16,000 parcels that are part of this collection area. And these are the 4 rate structures in the for residential in and actually commercial for the different zones. These are the residential rates, though. So Zone 1 is right around the cities. Zone 2 is a little bit further around, concentric circles, if you will, around the cities. Zone 3 is the more rural areas. And the PUD are public utility districts, I think. Is that what it is? Or
It's planned unit development,
Planned
basically
unit
our developments out Riverstone to Sorviejo, those areas.
Okay. So they all have their rates. As you can see, the PUD rates already have a green card, so their rate increase is much lower. The other three have to have a whole new line of service. The county is conducting a lot of outreach and education to try to make sure the public is aware of. We've had ones already on March 25th, April 21st, and May 5th. So May 6th is completed. So actually, there's been 4 completed. The next one is May 19th at 7 p.m. These are all Zoom calls. So there's, I think on the county's website and the Public Works website has that information. A lot of questions are being raised. I know that responses have been issued, some today, some are going out, from time to time. So we're trying to keep up with making sure the public is getting responsive answers to their questions. The Public Works Department is putting things out on social media, both through the virtual public meetings as well as information links to Cal Recycle links. And the haulers are also involved as well through their own websites and their own outreach education programs. So I know the question, one question probably is out there is, these rates are expensive. What can we do to mitigate them? And I think, Public Works Department has expressed interest to find ways to continue to look at ways to mitigate rates. And so we've thrown a few things out there as options to do so. The first one is we're talking to both haulers, and they seem to be in agreement to draft language to have an annual review/audit of SB 1383 program costs. These rates were developed based on pro formas or assumptions that they've made as to the costs of trucks, the cost of carts, the cost of labor, the cost of fuel, the tipping fees, all the type of assumptions that go into the collection efficiency you're going to have, the outreach and education needs, the monitoring expenses, all those type of things. So we're going to basically try to meet with them every fall, at least for a while, and make sure that those assumptions are borne out. And if they're not, then we'll have a fair way to adjust pricing accordingly. There's been talk about the fact that we are trucking our organics south basically to Fresno County because Madera does not have a organics facility that can handle food waste and vegetative waste. I'm not recommending the county actually builds one of these things. These are very expensive. They need an economy of scale that possibly Madera doesn't have. So using a facility like that still may make the best option, but there may be things like, and I know that the Organics Management Plan that the county commissioned a while back talked about possibly looking at digesters that are currently in place for wastewater treatment plants that could take source separated commercial organics. So that's a whole study on itself, but there's ways to possibly to reduce transportation costs, which is a big piece of this, is moving this material all that distance down in a truck and come back. And lastly, some of the public were asking questions about, why do I even need trash collection service every week? And if the reason we have weekly collection service for trash is because of flies and smells and all the nasty things that come with trash. If you take the putrescible or decomposable material out of the trash and put it in your organic bin, and we get good compliance with that over time, you might be able to reduce trash service to every other week. And that saves that, a whole truck going down the road, every other week. So that is something that can be looked at. I think we need to make sure that that's going to be done in a safe manner. So we need to make sure that we are truly getting the organics out of the garbage and into the organics container that would require weekly service, but the trash service could go every other week potentially. And there are communities out there that are successful in doing that. With that, I know there's questions maybe from the public or yourself on this, and we're happy to answer.
Very good. Supervisor Wheeler.
You know, you kind of answered the first one on the, I had was, is there any monies out there to build our own plant here to process green waste or put in digesters? I know a lot of dairies have them, but is there any monies out there to do any of that? I mean, because like it is, transportation is the biggest cost on this.
There may be some funding available. Cal Recycle does have grants. Department of, I think it's Agriculture has grants for solid waste. Maybe even the infrastructure bill here is going to have some money that can be fungible into these type of programs, and the state may throw some stuff out there. I think the state is talking about throwing some money out there to support local infrastructure, so it can be looked at for sure.
Right. I just got an email, I think it was yesterday or this morning, from a CSAC representative, and they are talking to the state about trying to put money towards assist the local agencies in all these costs with complying with this requirement. So
yeah. Also, on those, like on my town hall, my chief of staff, he videoed that. So I mean, recorded it. Any of the ones that we did, Jared, did you record those so people could get those if they wanted to see some of the stuff that was discussed?
Yeah, I believe we do have recordings of those. I'm not sure if it's the full video recording, but I think it is the audio recording. Okay. And I can check with that. Melissa De Silva has been assisting us with this from our public information team, and I know she's been doing a great job for us on that. So I think we do have the audio at least available from them.
Just come running here. I think that would be important if the people they don't get their answers today, they could get we covered a million things. I got probably 2 or 3 pages of notes on mine, and plus we got it recorded. What do you got, Melissa, before I ask my next question?
Yes, Melissa De Silva, Chief of Staff to Supervisor Frazier. Yes, we do have recordings of the public meetings that we've had. It includes all the questions that were asked and the answers that were provided.
I think that's important that the people that's listening on here can tell their friends and neighbors that, if they don't get to answer what they think today is, they can get online and see those. So the other question is on the PowerPoints today. Can I get copies of those, Jared, or something?
This presentation?
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, I want to print those out so when I take them around to talk to people. So.
Yeah, and we can make this presentation available on our website. We also have the presentation that we do during these public virtual meetings available on our website as well for people.
Beautiful.
Okay. Is it all right? Very good. Supervisor Frazier.
Thank you for the presentation. Through this, I've learned a lot about a lot of different people's individual trash collecting within their own homes and how little they generate. So if someone is not generating very much, but now they become part of the mandatory, are there ways for them to prove that they're self-hauling to opt out? Or does it just become mandatory regardless of if they're wheeling it down once a month or once a week?
So that's a good question. Our understanding through the state is that there is not an option to opt out of mandatory service. The county is required to provide that service to every resident, regardless of whether or not they use it or what level they use it. I could tell you that, and I don't know if we have any friends of our friends from the ESJPA, the RCRC, but they have heavily petitioned and advocated for the rural counties at the state level for this type of thing and the mandatory collection. It has been a big deal for a lot of the agencies. I know that one of the other counties north of us, kind of far north of us, made the case for self-hauling with Cal Recycle, and their response to them was essentially, we don't recognize that as an option for the collection of organics at this point.
Yeah, and I mean, we talk about how far we're going to have to haul this and the transportation costs, and I think the next big thing that, or the legislation, I can see it already in my mind, that now we've got to change this whole fleet of garbage trucks to an electric vehicle fleet that can only pick up half the amount, and to reduce the vehicle miles traveled, because I don't see how this actually helps with greenhouse gas emission reduction after everything is said and done. When you look at putting the proteins in with the rest of your green waste, once you get those proteins in, it's not going to make good, clean compost. So then it's going to have to be separated even further past that. So then we're going to have like a brown bin for proteins and a green bin for green waste, and I mean, it's just never going to end. And but they get to pass that, and then we have to take care of the actual work here at the county and put new rates on people that and it's not going to even accomplish what they're hoping it to accomplish. To some of the nuts and bolts. So if we're adding just one extra bin, it comes every other week, so it's not even like a third of extra wires in some areas. Is it doubling the rates? If it's really more like a sixth.
So the organics trucks are going to come every week.
Okay.
So recycling is every other week right now. We do have trash. So it's it is a little bit, it's less than doubling,
Yeah,
but there's a lot more involved with the organics collection. The trucking of it is further. Right now, they can either take it, in the Madco's case, can take it to their transfer station and haul it down to Fairmead, which is a lot closer than hauling it down to Kerman, or wherever they're going to go with it. The outreach and education requirements associated with this are substantial. The reporting requirements are out there. There's auditing requirements. Part of the challenge, at least I know, has been addressed in the Mountain franchise, and the Madco's here to speak to this too as well, is that there's going to be a push for drivers, and it's going to raise rates. It's going to raise pricing, so it's going to raise everybody's costs to do business, and they have factored that into their pro forma. That there's they're thinking it's going to be much harder to get new drivers. So that's a significant part of their cost is actually labor. And it is disproportionate to the appearance on the level of service, but when you add up all the costs associated with that, it's quite substantial.
And then on the commercial side, again, as a restaurant owner, this edible food recovery, I still can't wrap my head around how I'm going to get 20% edible food recovery from my shop, from any shop. I mean, we're not scraping leftovers off of a plate into a recovered bin to then go hand out like half-eaten food. So is it just going to have to come out of, just set aside 20% of my inventory?
So the 20% is not an individual business mandate. The 20% is a state goal. They want, and maybe it rolls down to the counties and the local jurisdictions. They want, the counties to strive to achieve 20% edible food recovery. And most of that's going to come from the bigger food, like schools that have leftover meals, or, cafeterias at businesses, or food production facilities, or restaurants. Bigger ones than a local shop that may have a lot. They make large amounts, and depending on if they got it right or not, they may have a lot left over. So it's targeting more those facilities that they're going to really try, and it's a best efforts approach. I mean, what we've advised to the county is we need to try to work to connect those who have food to those who need food, and that's the best we're going to do.
And so like if, because there was times over prepped on something, I take it over to, I think this last time I took it to Madera Community Hospital to get it to people. So would I just have to then create a receipt for that? Do I have to then show that goes?
Yeah, there's going to be, ideally we need to account for that somehow. I think nobody wants to burden a business with this, but yeah, you're going to have to account. We're going to have a way for accounting of edible food recovery, because it's not weighed. We're not going to encourage people to buy scales and put everything on a scale and enter into a database. But we're going to have to try to identify some type of reasonable method to account for that, so we can, again, the way I look at this is it's a best efforts. The county needs to make a good faith effort to connect excess food generators with food, those who need a food. That's it. And if there's no excess, then that's great, and we're doing things really efficiently. But there's probably some excess, so it's just finding those connections and making those connections and trying to encourage that to happen. I don't see the county going to any business and saying, you're not taking 20% of your edible food and you should be doing that. You don't want to create food just to give it away, that kind of thing. It's all about taking what would have become waste and putting it into something that somebody can use.
Sounds good. And then, and I'm just asking you because I know that you're more in tune with what any other guidance is coming out. And just the last one I have is in terms of, as we create that waste stream of organics in our homes and our businesses, again, we're going to be putting them into trash containers inside of our house, then taking them out to the green bin. I don't want to put it in a plastic bin with no bag inside of my house so that it stinks up. Do we have is it different bags? Do we just dump it straight in there without taking it into a bag and then throw that other bag into the gray bin?
So I'm going to say that this is going to be deferred to the means and methods of the haulers to figure that one out. My understanding, talking to them so far, is that plastic bags are a no-no. From the standpoint of where you take the material, it's contamination. It's going to cause, problems down the line. It'll cause penalties, financial penalties to the haulers if there's plastics in with the organics. So, I don't know that we're going to be looking to have bins lined. Inside your house, you may put in a plastic bag, but maybe when you take it outside, you dump that plastic bag into your green bin with your food, and may have to be washed. I don't know. I mean, I think there's going to be some thinking about this. There's going to come out, and I think we're going to find some best practices out of this. I don't know the right answer. I know what I do at my house, and I wash my bin a lot because it gets gross.
So we'll just all compost in our house, put it into the green bin, so it's nice, clean compost ready to go for
There's going to be some thinking about it because there's been no thinking about it up to this point. Supervisor Rogers.
Yeah, I'm just wondering who's going to handle the liability for food safety for this food that we're collecting from unknown sources, and who knows how it was handled after it left the vendor. We don't know if it was refrigerated properly. We don't know how it was cared for. We don't know who it's coming from. So who is taking charge for the liability for this stuff when somebody dies from food poisoning?
I can tell you the county is not looking to take that liability on. I don't think we're recommending the county take that on. What I believe the state has done is to develop draft agreements that the county can help promote between food generators and food consumers. I think there is some, liability shield laws for people who are acting in good faith and, are trying to do stuff like that. I wouldn't want to be on the wrong side of that lawsuit. So, yeah, I don't have all the answers. There's a lot of good questions. Nobody wants to get poisoned. Nobody wants to get sick.
Right.
And I don't think that's the intent. But there's probably a lot of safe food transactions that can take place.
Sure.
And I believe that draft agreement that Cal Recycle has already put together that the county has access to and is going to promote will hopefully try to alleviate some of that concern. But
yeah, one of the things I thought about was schools, of course, and my wife's a school board member, and she tells me that probably 3/4 of what is provided for the kids goes into the trash can. So you've got unopened cartons of milk, you've got various other things, and how they package that is going to be the key to this, and how they collect it, I think. You're talking about a huge undertaking anyway, and still liability sticks in my mind for everybody. But, unintended consequences of well-meaning actions, I think, and there's going to be a lot of unintended consequences to this whole farce. It's a farce because you're not going to reduce greenhouse gases one iota. You still have the same residual that creates the same process. It's going to decompose. It just decomposes somewhere else, right? So I don't understand it. There's no logic to this law. I guess mine is not to reason why. I guess mine is but to do or die. And here we are trying to find answers to these questions while everybody's going to be paying for this big, expensive, well-meaning program. And I think that's how we all feel about it. There it is.
What could go wrong? Supervisor Gonzalez.
Yes, thank you. John, you work with other jurisdictions, and please forgive me if we've asked this question before, but where we are in the process, have you seen other Prop 218 Prop 218s successfully fail, or where, does that make sense?
No, I understand the question. This is the first Prop 218 I'm seeing for SB 1383, and I'd say you guys are ahead of the curve, believe it or not.
Okay.
There's a lot of counties that are like still figuring out what am I going to do and how am I going to comply. So I think you're ahead of the curve on this in terms of being proactive planning on it. But I've not seen another 218 vote. Now, the whole issue of mandatory is catching a lot of counties off guard, and it is something that many counties don't agree with. We work with a few counties in the northern California, and they're communicating back and forth with the state as we speak. County council to attorney for Cal Recycle, and Cal Recycle is still pushing back and saying, nope, services must be mandatory to comply. They did a caveat most recently and said, if it's physically impossible to provide service or fundamentally unfeasible to provide service, you can adopt a county ordinance to exempt that area, but Cal Recycle can come in, do its own due diligence, and overturn you. So, I mean,
Jeez.
that's the guidance that I've seen so far, which is pretty limited. I'm not saying that counties are going to accept the mandatory. We recommended mandatory for a variety of reasons, not specifically to comply with 1383, but really to try to provide the most efficient, effective collection service potential in the high-density areas of Madera County, with the ideas that you have illegal dumping issues, you have cost concerns. How do you mitigate these things? And you mitigate them by providing service, so that somebody doesn't have, if they're paying for it, they're less likely to dump it alongside the road, and by providing the economy of scale and the mandatory nature, it reduces prices. We've seen that already in our rate reviews. So it's not a one size fits all for everybody, but that's. But the other counties are probably going to have to deal with this Prop 218 issue because you can't impose rates, as far as I can see, on the public without doing the 218 if it's mandatory.
Okay, thank you.
Very good. Thank you so much. And Supervisor Wheeler.
Yeah, thank you. What's a possibility of those rural counties up there, or even RCRC, filing a lawsuit against the state and to stop it for a while?
I think there was a bill introduced recently to delay 1383 implementation. So there's already a state bill pending that would delay implementation. I don't know if it has a chance for success. I have not heard of any, counties banding together. I know there's a lot of discussions through the RCRC as well as county to county, discussions. But I've not heard of any lawsuits. I mean, trying to tackle, this is going to be a big undertaking and it's probably not going to be cheap. So.
And one county couldn't do it by itself. They'd have to, like I said, get RCRC to see if they would go along and put together to do it. So thank you.
Okay, very good. If there's no other comments from my colleagues, we'll now open comments up to the public. I'd like to remind everybody who'd like to keep our comments at 3 minutes or less so that everybody can get a chance to make a comment. And again, we're all available at any time for outreach as supervisors or staff regarding this particular issue. So we will go to, first of all, the public that is in-house. And so for those of you who'd like to make a comment, feel free to come up to the podium. We have a deal to sign your name, and so then just identify yourself and comment away.
Did you have something you wanted to say, or? Okay. My name is Dan Metz. As I said this morning, I'm from Oakhurst. I'm a little unsure what to address today. I'm here to talk about extending the deadline, the June 1st deadline. I'm not prepared to talk about the merits of the proposal. So, which are we addressing today?
Well, this would be 1383.
Can we stop the clock?
It could be your request to extend the deadline. It could be anything that has to do with this subject matter. So feel free to do so.
Okay. I'm asking for a 60-day extension of the May 31st deadline. I, along with several other residents in our community. I realize that that's a big ask, but let me explain. You, the board, have the authority to set the deadline. The regulations of 218 say that the minimum allowance is 45 days, not the maximum, the minimum. So you have the authority to make it longer, and we're asking for 60 days. The issues in this case are very complex. There's very little information in the notice. 1.5 pages, and only 4 paragraphs address the proposal. The rest of it addresses how you protest and the requirements of Proposition 218. From my perspective, and forgive me if I'm a little crude, all this says is you must take service. You must pay $70 a month. You can protest, but if you do, the rates will be higher. That's what it says to me, based on what's here. So I apologize if that's a little bit crude, but that's the way it comes across. It doesn't matter how you use your property. It doesn't matter if you are a full-time resident. It doesn't matter if you are your home is a personal vacation home, used 2 or 3 days a month. It doesn't matter how little garbage you produce. It doesn't matter if you have a compost pile. It doesn't matter if you share service with a neighbor. You must take service. You must pay $70 a month. It does not take into account mountain practices. There are no lawns in the mountains. Are there, Tom? No lawns. There's a few. And it doesn't take into account the composting that people do, recycling their own food waste. One size fits all. So on April 22, following the April 21 Zoom meeting, I asked about a dozen questions of the county. It's almost 4 weeks now, and I don't have one answer yet. Not one. I respect the county's diligence in trying to answer the questions. Some of them are easy and some of them are tough. I applaud them for taking the time to give a lot of thought to the answers and the questions. All I'm asking is that we be given the same courtesy of ample time to understand what's in this proposal. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Can I answer one thing?
Yes.
Hey, Dan?
Yes.
I got a copy of it too that Beyonce Leslie got, and it's 4 pages.
Yes, there are 4 pages.
Okay.
This is just numbers.
Okay.
There's-
I was just
there's no
looking at
information
the-
on
because
here.
page 4 has, the written stuff in it.
Right.
I just wanted to make sure. Okay.
Yes, I'm
sorry.
see that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Very good, thank you. Are there any other members of the public in-house who would like to make a comment? Okay, seeing none, we will now open up the public comment to those on WebEx. And the first presenter is Sue O'Connor.
Hi, thank you. My name is Sue O'Connor. I'm a resident of Oakhurst, and I appreciate the opportunity to ask the board to extend. I agree with Dan. I would like you to extend the protest period 60 days. It is within your prerogative to do so. I know that the community up here does not feel that they received that notice in a sufficient amount of time to absorb the information. I meet people in the store even just yesterday, and they're like, well, I don't get trash, so it doesn't affect me. I said, did you get a letter? And they're like, yeah, but I don't get trash. I have my own dumpster. I said, no, that's not how it works. And people don't understand this. So there's not enough time for the community to respond to what has been put out, because the letter does not have an explanation, and not everybody has access to Facebook, and not everybody has access to the social networks. And I realize that there is a challenge to the board because we don't have a published newspaper anymore, but that is just another reason to extend the Prop 218 deadline another 60 days to accommodate the community. I also am hearing that some counties are fighting this, and I realize that it's expensive to think about it, and Madera is not a rich county, and we don't want to be the one to lead the way in the fight. But I'm not hearing that you've joined with any counties. I've read on some of the documents that were forwarded to me that other counties are making very strong comments and sharing their problems with being able to comply with this. And even on the Cal Recycle page, they talk about rates maybe being 15%. We're 93%. That is not a reasonable accommodation. We should be able to apply for a waiver. However, I don't want to even speak to that. What I'd like to speak to mostly is to give us that 60 days to absorb this information and be able to respond appropriately. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you, Sue. Next up, we have John.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes. So it's interesting listening to the various supervisors. Brent, I think you had it pretty good. You're composting your own. Now you're running it down and creating more pollution than you're trying to solve here. This is a perfect example of I'm from the government and I'm here to help you. And all it does is create more pollution and so forth. So like Sue and like Dan, my first request is a 60-day extension on the hearing. I would like to see the Board of Supervisors, and I can tell from the sentiment from Tom and from the rest of them here that you guys think this is as crazy as we do. But I'd like to see the county fight this. You know, it's like, when are we going to stand up for the nonsense that's going on? And then by 2025, there's going to be a 75% reduction in organic waste. So those that are not in the mandatory section now, guess what? You're going to be in the mandatory section. I can almost guarantee it by 2025. So this is a bad story that gets worse. And I'd like to just request that we get first a 60-day extension. And I'd like to see the county really fight this and join with other counties against this, because this is not in any way helping our planet. And it's based upon the flawed science that methane gas is some pollutant that's going to destroy our planet, and that's we could spend 10 hours on that, debunking that whole thing. So let's get this thing canceled, let's get this thing postponed, and let's have a county that stands up and fights this tyranny.
John,
thank you.
Your name and address, please.
I'm sorry, John Perro. I'm in Ahwahnee, California.
Thank you.
Okay, very good. Thank you, John. And next we have Mary Pitto.
Good afternoon. I'm Mary Pitto with RCRC and the ESJPA, the Environmental Services Powers Authority. And I just want to let you know that RCRC and the JPA have been fighting this legislation originally and now the regulations over the years. Some of the concessions that you see in the regulations we were able to get to help, like the low population density and the elevation waiver. Unfortunately, at this point, we have come to disagreement with some of the implementation or the Cal Recycle's way of deciding how it should be implemented. We strongly disagree with that it is mandatory everywhere because there is a provision in there that allows self-haul if you have a self-haul ordinance. However, they don't interpret it to mean that you don't still need to require the mandatory. There are some provisions for, like, let's say a de minimis waiver when you talk about somebody who has just a very little bit because they do their own composting or they feed it to their animals. But that requires a lot of administrative work to justify it. It would be the way they want it to be implemented if you do allow some waivers like that is
I'm having trouble connecting to the internet. Take a look at the help section in your Alexa app.
Sorry about that. But the way they want you to do it is an administrative nightmare. We're still trying to work with Cal Recycle on the interpretation of how this gets implemented. But no matter what, it still is going to be an awful lot of work on the part of the haulers, work on the part of your county people. And it's not just public works either. When you talk about the edible food, that's not a function of the public works department. That's more of a function of your environmental health and social services department. Environmental health will be involved in ensuring that the food is handled properly. So there's just many components. The procurement is not just public works. That will go to many of all the county departments. So, I mean, this is a huge mandate that we have been trying to help work through and help our counties. And yes, there are counties that are now just beginning to talk about going to their councils and looking into doing a lawsuit. I don't know how much traction that will get. Definitely, if there is any merit, RCRC would consider sponsoring that. But at this point, like I said, we're just trying to work through it right now and get Cal Recycle and to find a way it can be implemented that is fair to all. And there is some new legislation that has been proposed that CSAC and the League and RCRC are working with the author. However, that's not getting much traction. We're trying to get a year delay in the implementation. We're trying to get language in there that specifies that you can have a self-haul ordinance. But at this point, it hasn't been as positive as we thought it would be.
Very good. Thank you, Mary. Supervisor Rogers has a comment.
Yeah, thanks, Mary, for bringing this stuff up. And for those of you that said we need to fight it, we have been fighting it. We are a member of RCRC. We have been for years and years and years. We sit on the JPA with Mary, and our people attend, our solid waste managers attend those meetings regularly. I sit on RCRC's board of directors. And so when you ask us to fight it, we are fighting it, and we're part of the collective fighting it. So there is no doubt, along with, how many counties now, 37? Or members?
Yes.
37 member counties fighting for this to be corrected. Thank you, Mary. I appreciate it. Go ahead.
Thank
You have one other comment, or?
I was just going to say that, you're right. We have been fighting it for years. Unfortunately, I think with the current administration and the push for being as green as they want us to be, we're just not making a lot of traction. When you think about it, 26 of the state's counties represent 93% of the population.
Right.
And that's what we're fighting. Even though there's a lot of our counties, 37 of them, that have band together, still the majority of the population is in the urban areas, and that's what we fight daily.
Right. Good point.
Right. Very good. Thank you, Mary. Next up, public comment, we have Gina.
Good afternoon. Thank you. This is Gina Wallace, and I'm in District 1. I just had an area that I wanted to bring to your attention, if I could. I had a call today from a landowner that had a rental property and very confused, didn't understand how this was going to work with her rental property, what rights she had, would it be or fall on the renter or herself, but she's under contract. So come the deadline or the January 1, 2022, she cannot raise the increase of her renter's rental agreement because they're in the contract, and was kind of asking me, what do I do? I'm bound by the contract, but my costs are going to go up. I can't afford them. It works out great if I can put it into the contract, but she felt as though she was very, very ill-informed in knowing what to do and how to protect herself as well as accommodate the mandate. So, I'm in agreement with an extension to educate the constituents. I just feel as though they need to be educated on all of these possibilities. And the only people that can do that is this body. To educate them. And then the other question I would have, I heard in the conversation earlier that there is already a lawsuit, and I'm wondering if we're able or other counties are able to join that lawsuit. And that would be it for my comments. Thank you very much.
Very good. Thank you so much. Are there any other public comments? If not, I believe Mr. Trieber has
Supervisor. Yes, this is Mark Reed.
Oh, Mark.
Yes. Okay.
Yes, I'm Mark Reed. I live in Oakhurst, California. I am a proud family member of family ties going back to Madera County 5 decades now, with family, business, and friends. I've spoken, my 3 children live here, and 2 of my granddaughters, well, not granddaughters, all 11 of my grandchildren live here, but both my daughters live here as well. They haven't received the notice. My wife and I received the notice here at our house. We we only received it 2 weeks ago. I think that most people either haven't received the notice or don't understand the notice. And so this is why I'm joining in on the request for a 60-day extension for further education, for proper notification, and an ability for individuals to stand up and protest this and say, no, we don't agree with the rate hikes, or through proper education, they can end up getting to that place where they understand the rate hikes. Because I think the presentation that you made today through Red Rock, Madco, and also with Jared, I think it was a good presentation of why, what, and where, why it's happening. But most people don't understand it, and they're getting really upset about it, especially individuals who don't use trash services right now. They look at it and say, look, I moved to Madera County because it's free. It's a freedom aspect. I'm here by myself. I enjoy my life. But when the government comes in and says, this is mandatory and you're going to pay this, they get upset about it. And they need to understand why. So I think that the 60-day extension on this would be beneficial to the community and the community's general morale about what the county supervisors are doing and why it's happening. So, like I say, I join in on the 60-day extension request for the board of directors to give time for the community to understand it.
Okay, very good. Thank you. Are there any other public comments? Hearing none, I believe, Mr. Trieber, you have some comments.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Matt Trieber, Chief of Development Services again. I just wanted to briefly touch on, and I don't want to belabor the point of this is just another example of the state of California having an unfunded mandate and pushing it to the locals in order to solve that situation, and a one-size-fits-all just isn't appropriate. But we are where we're at, and we're moving forward to try to ensure that we have compliance on this. We've gotten a lot of communication from the public, and I think the board has as well, about just that subject that came up, right? They didn't get notice, I didn't get a notice. I can tell you, right, my folks, my family got a notice. They live in Oakhurst, and so, but I've got very close friends, having grown up there, that didn't get a notice. You're only getting that Prop 218 notice if you reside within the areas of a mandatory collection zone, which the maps were provided for. They're on the website there as well. So I just wanted to touch that. The main focus that I wanted to bring up for the boards, and understand that this is simply just a workshop today. There's no action items for consideration at all. The June 1st hearing will be a public hearing. It's published, it's noticed, it's on that 218 that has been sent out. And the board certainly has the purview and the discretion to have that public meeting and hold that public meeting open, and continue to date specifics. There's future board meetings in June as well. So there will be options potentially if the board wishes to take those at that June 1st board meeting. So I just wanted to point that out and make the board and the public aware of that, that decision or that discussion would certainly be available on the June 1st board hearing in regards to the 1383 compliance.
Very good. Thank you. Supervisor Frazier.
Quick question for Matt and then for County Council. So how are the notices sent out? What method?
So they are mailed. They were mailed, and I know Andrea's got all the information as far as the exact count of how many have been mailed, how many we've received, how many protests we've received to date for both the Valley franchise and the Mountain franchise, but they were sent out and met the statute requirements of that minimum 45-day notice requirement.
So regular United States Postal Service. Have we had any returned?
Yes, we have, and Andrea has that exact count as of. So.
Good afternoon, Chairman, members of the board. Andrea Soldati, Deputy Director with Public Works. So as of today, we have received 1,040 pieces of returned mail. We did mail out 15,776 for the Valley area and 11,158 for the Mountain area. The vast majority were mailed on April 14th, and then roughly 20 additional pieces of mail were mailed out on April 16th.
What was the reason for the return? I mean, we would have had the correct mailing address. Right?
Exactly. So we mail to the property owner's mailing address on file with the assessor's office. The Postal Service did check all of the addresses and forward as those addresses were available. So the returned mail that we have, essentially, we have no address for.
So maybe a new owner, or is it wrong name, right address, or?
It could be any combination of things. It could be a new owner. It could be somebody that has moved and has not changed their address with the assessor's office. I mean, anything is possible at this point, but essentially property owners, when they do move or change their mailing address, they do need to change that with the assessor's office as well. So
would we be able to send those other ones back just to resident, or would it have to have their name?
In the Prop 218, it has to be sent to the property owner on file. So a resident could be a renter, and that would not be obviously the property owner. So in this situation, it does need to be sent to the property owner.
Okay. Which we don't have that knowledge. Yeah. I mean, we got to go by what landowner puts on his record. That's all we can't investigate. If you got 1,040 back, how are we going to investigate that?
Yeah. I was just.
It's impossible.
Yeah, I was just trying to clear that up as to how it was.
So we pull from the same system that all the tax bills pull from. So if they're not receiving our mail, they're also not receiving their tax bill. it could be in an escrow account or something like that. And so they don't necessarily change their mailing address because they figure, my property taxes are paid through my impound account. So.
Okay. And then, so in regards to because to do a 60-day notice, we'd get the same probably 1,040 return if we were to just extend it, or is there another way to keep the hearing open? Just wanted to get some options, so that would be for county council.
Thank you, Chair and members of the board. Yes, in talking with staff, the options that will be presented to the board are not to reissue the notices, which would come at a cost of approximately $20,000 to $30,000 to reissue those notices. And Mr. Treba will correct me if I'm wrong in those numbers. So if the board is interested in extending the opportunity to file a protest, and our recommendation would be to open the public hearing, keep it open to a date and time certain, and allow protests to continue to be submitted as already listed on that notice until that future date. And that would allow legally for no new notices to have to be sent out, but rather the hearing is extended. Does that answer the question?
It did. Thank you.
Yeah, I like that idea. So what I would recommend to everybody that's on here listening and out there, please go ahead and just, the protest is all it has to be is your name written and printed and your address that you say, and you say no on the Prop 218 vote and get it in. And if we do extend that like that, I can't speak for the other board members at all, but if we do extend it, they'll still count. So get them in.
If I may just, and John touched on it briefly during the presentation, but one of the reasons we're here now before the board is, right, you can't just go down to a Ford dealership or Chevy, GMC or Dodge, I think I covered the main ones, and go pick up a garbage truck, right? It takes a long lead time, and if we're going to be in compliance with the laws of January 1st, that's why we are before the board on the June 1st date for consideration, to provide the opportunity to get the staffing in place, get those trucks in place, get the carts in place, and get the rollout ready for a January 1st, 2022 compliance. I just add that. It's, is why we're here.
Okay. Very good. Thank you. I've received word that Sue O'Connor would like to talk again. Sue, are you out there?
Thank you so much. I appreciate it so much, you allowing me to talk again based on what I was just hearing. First of all, I believe this item is on the agenda, and so the board members can move to extend or can move to schedule a special hearing before the June 1st meeting so that the community can know whether or not it's extended for the protest period, and I would like the board to do that. In addition to that, I would also like to say that, yes, we want our county to be in good standing and we want to be compliant. However, I know that our good faith efforts will go a long way. So if we don't make the January 1st deadline, there is no reason to think that the state is going to swoop in, especially if the majority of counties are all expressing the same thing. So I would like to encourage the board not to be bullied by this, and to represent your constituents who are concerned about this and who are being negatively affected by this mandatory fee, when we are now hearing that we could have self-hauling options, that we could have ways to mitigate this other than making a mandatory 3-can. What I'm hearing is we have to have mandatory trash. Well, that's not a mandatory 3-can. So there are things that we can look at. But again, I'd like to stress that I would like to see the board take action on extending that protest period another 60 days officially. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. It looks like we have maybe a representative from one of our callers who would like to make a
I
comment?
think county council should answer her question on voting. We need to do that.
That'd be
please.
fine.
Thank you, Chair. And I understand the sentiments from, I'm sorry, I missed her last name, Miss
Sue
Sue.
O'Connell.
Miss O'Connor, and likely others from the public, that there is no guarantee that the board will make any extension, and I think that the public is looking for a guarantee that that hearing will be extended. However, the way that the Brown Act works, one of the big transparency pieces of the act is that no action should be taken unless it's listed on the agenda. And this wasn't intentional not to have that. The hearing was set for June 1st, and that's when any action to continue that hearing, because it's an actual public hearing noticed in the paper, and the notice of the Prop 218 would occur. And so today's action might jeopardize the entire process, would be what I would advise. But again, I understand that that doesn't place any guarantees. So Supervisor Wheeler's comment about get them in is good advice. Get them in, and on June 1st is when the board should take action on extending that hearing, because that is when the hearing is noticed for.
The intent of that law is also, it goes the other way, where we couldn't, just because it's on this agenda as an update, we can't take action to set those rates or make it a mandatory. And so while it sounds like it's prohibitive by not allowing us to take action to extend it, it's also there for the same reason, so that we don't take action on something that wasn't noticed, maybe in the other direction.
Right, to
It
protect
protects
the
the public.
entrance, correct.
Yeah.
Okay, very good.
Hello.
Yeah, we have a speaker at the podium right now.
Hi, it's Ashley Smith from AMADCO again. I just wanted to let the supervisors know if we can do the June 1st or June 2nd hearing, that it is going to pose a significant burden on both the haulers, and it'd make it pretty much impossible to fulfill a January 1st deadline. So just wanted to get that out on public record, that whichever way it goes, we're just the haulers. What you guys tell us to do, we will do. But to make that deadline would literally be impossible. So at that point, we'd probably want to look at the contract on July 1st, maybe doing a regular price increase if it's going to get delayed any further, rather than absorb another 60 days of no increase.
Okay, very good. Thank you.
Good to know. Tell you.
Right. Yeah, it's good information. So we've had the presentation, we've had public comment, you've had a lot of.
John Perro would like.
Okay, John, go ahead, and this will be, I believe, the last public comment, unless there's somebody else who has not spoken yet. Feel free to talk. So go ahead, John.
Oh, hi, this is John Perro again. So just a quick question. If we can't, on this meeting, if we can't extend by 60 days, can we, on the June 1st meeting, request an extension at that point in time? That's all I have, and just want to answer that question.
Okay, yes, that's the short answer. All right, very good, thank you. All right. Okay.
Hello, this is Janice Gomes.
Okay.
And I am one of the people who did not get the mail, and my daughter didn't get the mail due to, as her tax bill goes to her mortgage people.
You're breaking up, Janice.
And for me, it must have been during the time I was getting from my
Janice, you're breaking up.
roadblocks.
Janice, this is
So
Janice, this is Supervisor Frazier. You're breaking up. I can help you with anything. I think I'm hearing that you didn't receive it. We'll check your address to see if you're in one of those zones. And if not, I'll get you a notice.
Okay.
I just got the notice 2 days ago. So does my 45 days start from 2 days ago?
No. All right. Thank you,
is Mark
Janice.
Reed.
Is there anybody else that has not spoken yet in public comment who would like to speak?
This is Mark Reed. I want to add to what I said before.
You know,
No, we've already done.
I've cut, it's like everybody who's had a chance to speak, I'm just opening up right now for those who have not had a chance to speak. Hearing none, and there's no further questions, we will close this item and move on to item 6G. Thank you, everybody.
Thank all of you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. Andrea Saldati, Deputy Director with Public Works. This is the second reading and adoption for the sewer ordinance for the Gunner Ranch West CSA 22 Zone C area. If you have any questions, I am here to respond.
Very good. Any questions of Andrea regarding this item? Are there any members of the public who would like to comment on this item? Hearing none,
Move to approve.
Second.
we have a motion and a second. Roll
Super-
call vote.
Supervisor Frazier?
Yes.
Supervisor Gonzalez?
Yes.
Supervisor Rogers?
Yes.
Supervisor Wheeler?
Yes.
Chairman Poitras?
Yes.
Vote passes 5-0.
Thank you. We've already completed item 7. We'll move on to 8. Is there any pending legislation?
Sounds like it.
Sounds like a ton of it.
There's none on today's agenda, Chairman.
Okay, very good. Thank you. Supervisors and staff reports. I'll start with, from my right, Supervisor Frazier.
I have my coffee and conversation tomorrow morning. If anybody wants to wake up and talk trash there, we can talk trash there too.
Nice. Very good. Thank you. And Supervisor Gonzalez.
In the interest of time, nothing to report.
Okay. Supervisor Wheeler.
In the interest of time, I think we need to sing happy birthday to Bobby McCauley. His birthday is tomorrow. So,
all right.
Happy birthday to you. Doot, doot. That's the interest of time.
That's a good
All
one.
right. Thank you. That's a good
And I'll
one.
sing it to him tomorrow anyway. But and then tomorrow they're having ribbon cutting of the new bridge across the San Joaquin River down at the Jose Basin Road.
Okay. Thank you. And as far as my report tonight, in about 2 hours and 14 minutes, I have a town hall on Zoom regarding the Fresno River to talk about vegetation and homeless issues and so forth. So feel free to tune into that. And Supervisor Rogers, do you have anything you'd like to report out on? Nothing to report? CAO Varney.
Just relative to your town hall this evening, there was a fire in that area yesterday, in the area of the Jack in the Box and the Tozier Bridge and down that way.
Very timely. Yes. Yeah, we will have Matt Watson on. And Council Garza.
No report, Chairman. Thank you.
All right. Clerk of the Board.
Nothing to report.
All right. Thank you. And we shall adjourn.
I can smell.